Okay, welcome back to the Niagara Ironbacks baseball. I'm Darren Clark, here to take you through a double dip of Collegiate League baseball as the Ironbacks host the Batavia Muckdogs in a Canada Day weekend doubleheader at George Taylor Park, deep in the heart of Merritt, Ontario, the place where dreams come true. The Ironbacks shook off a prolonged losing streak last night in Newark as their long muted bats finally found their voice on the road, which, combined with some shaky Newark defense, which was stellar here Friday night, they committed 6 errors actually last night, led to a much-needed 10-5 win for the Ironbacks. The Ironbacks now sit at 3-16, while today's opponent, those darn Muckdogs, who also won 10-5 last night against Elmira, sit at 13-8, one game back of Auburn, and the Americans, who are tied for first in the Perfect Game League's West Division. In their last visit here, Batavia's bats played a tune all over George Taylor Field, sending innocent baseballs on sizzling missions to explore the vast expanses of the outfield, including numerous adventures rattling the outfield fences. And that's been a full-time job for the Muckdogs, who led the league in batting average, batting .301. The Muckdogs have 8 hitters batting over 300, including Cooper Fesh at .396, Sean Mindus at .393, and Jackson Inman at .364. So it's not going to be an easy day today for the pitcher for the Ironbacks, and taking the hill will be Burlington's own Ethan Catney-Forbes. Ethan Catney-Forbes sits at, he's looking for the win-loss record. He's actually 0-2. 0-2 so thus far this season. He's got 16 or third innings pitched, 23 hits given up. He's K12. His ERA is 5.51. We've seen a couple studies and contradictions here for Catney-Forbes on opening day. Seemed to struggle a little bit with in the limelight of a well-attended first game. Calmed down the last time we saw him here. So we'll see what he has today. Again, this is a Batavia team that is no easy feat getting through the lineup. It's got a double header today at so if you're region and you're not at the bar, aren't you at the bar? Come on down to good. Maybe grab yourself a wizard, pop in here, have a nice Falls Morning Star cream ale, sit back, some high quality baseball. Excuse me, back to last night on losing streak, huge after an early 5. So we'll see if loose at the bit of Muckdogs video. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a guest here. Mike, it's Mike Wilner Day here. Nice to meet you. You may remember, of course, Mike Wilner, star. Just getting set up with that set as a first batter. But there you go. I'll remind you at all of your time with the Welland 18.
I broadcast games here when it was
the Baby Stompers.
No, it was the Baby Jays. It was Stompers. It was 1989. So Jeff Kent was on that team for the Jays. We traded him to get David Cohn.
Ball fouled back. Should liven up the old foul ball siren. Forget about that trade. Cohn and Kent in the same deal. Worked out well in the short term, and
it was, I mean, a perfect trade, right? It won the Blue Jays a World Series, and it got the Mets borderline Hall of Famer. That's the way it's supposed to be. But he was a star shortstop here in St. Catharines way back then.
Shortstop. Just a little outside there. Count goes to 2-2.
This is a wonderful little ballpark, and it was a wonderful little league back then. I mean, the New York Penn League with 3 Canadian teams in Hamilton, St. Catharines, Welland, team in Niagara Falls, New York. It was tremendous.
A lot of the same cities in this league. Nice K for Ethan Catney-Forbes, starting it off the right way. A lot of the teams in this league were in that New York Penn League, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Batavia had a team. In my day, they were the Batavia Clippers. eventually became the Muckdogs.
Yep. Some space here.
It's I think this is a new press box that we're in here, but
Yeah. We were petitioning for some air conditioning in the press box earlier, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Omar Carreras is up now for Batavia.
yeah,
Where
good luck with that.
Yeah. Where were you playing in Welland? Which field was it there? Is it the one they're at now?
I believe so. They called it the Welland Sports Complex.
Yeah, okay. That's where the Jackfish play out of. It's an easy fly ball in the right field. Handled out there by Alex Keane. 2 out. 2 quick outs against a really tough Batavia lineup. Brian Fry coming up now.
Yeah, the year that I called games in Welland was, they started in Burger Park. It was the year that the Welland Sports Complex opened.
Burger Park.
But I never got to see any games in Burger Park. We didn't start broadcasting until they moved into the new place, and the new place was, I mean, for 1989, it was a very, very cool minor league park.
Yeah. Burger Park was something. I was kind of right in the middle of an industrial complex. So there was all factories looming over the right field fence, which was like 280 or 290.
Oh,
so
wow.
that was something. It's 1-0 on Brian Fry out of the University of Toledo from Medina, New York. Let me ask you, what's it like to line up against Cito Gaston, asking tough questions to Cito Gaston? How does that feel?
I mean, it's the same as with, you know, any other manager. Cito and I knew each other for a very long time. I covered the Blue Jays for probably 8 of the years that he managed.
Just pitch.
And it's you know, it's just like anybody else. You got a job to do. You have to ask questions. Sometimes they're uncomfortable, but sometimes, most of the time, they're not. It's a wonderful gig to have.
Oh, just stays alive, fouling that off.
Whether it's Cito or whether it's Jose Bautista or Carlos Delgado or, you know, Roy Halladay, whoever it is, it's about building relationships and so that they're at the point where they trust you enough to be able to give you an honest answer to a question.
And so many times you're asking them, we forget the context. You're asking them tough questions, which is very competitive people after just finishing a very emotional contest.
A lot of times, that's very true, right? I mean, it's different now than it was then. Back probably until 10 or 15 years ago, you just walked into the clubhouse after the game and talked to whoever you talked to.
Staying alive.
Now it's very controlled, and you get the manager after the game, and if they lose, you get the starting pitcher, and if they win, you get the starting pitcher and one other player. And
Wow.
so you got to go in and sort of fend for yourself after a game, but there's no guarantee that people are going to be in there. But you also have to pick your spots, right?
Mm-hmm. Missed on the curveball. We've seen Cadney Forbes struggle in his last 2 appearances. The curveball tended to be the demarcation line for that trouble. He's forced it a little bit, so he's got a full count here on Fry, who's been battling. That's ripped up first. Nice play by Andrew Bishop. Ironbacks get out of it easy. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of first, 0-0. first. Ironbacks coming up, score 0-0. Carter Shin, the shortstop, leading off. Let me ask, one of my favorite memories growing up, becoming a baseball fan here in Southern Ontario, was my next door neighbor would sit out on his porch at night, and he would have the Jays game on, kind of chewing into those dark, hot summer nights, just listen to Tom and Jerry. I know you know them fairly well, and Tom Cheek, right?
Absolutely.
What was your experiences working with him?
It's sensational. I mean, I grew up listening to Tom Cheek, calling ball games. The Blue Jays came into existence when I was 7 years old.
Ground ball to third. Throws off line. Shin's in. It's going to be an E5 for that. So an error on the third base. We get Shin to first base.
Yeah, he had all kinds of time to make that throw, and it was just not good. I wasn't sure that the runner actually stepped on first as he was trying to avoid the tag.
I'm not sure he did either.
Yeah, and I don't know that the umpire was looking, but that's okay. There's no replay down here.
Yeah, in the Ironbacks' favor on this occasion, not having a replay.
Absolutely. They will take it.
Connor Caton's the DH up now. Pitching for Batavia, Jaden Sherwood.
Tom Cheek was the greatest broadcaster that we've had in this country, and
ball off this. That's going to be down the line. That's going to be potentially extra bases. We'll see what happens here. He's going to challenge the arm to throw to second. He's in. Double for Connor Gatons. Runners on second, third right away. Maybe there's some carryover for last night when they scored 10 runs.
It's a really good start for the Ironbacks here against a very good team. Now you got third and nobody out. Let's see what they can do at the middle of the lineup. You got to drive this run in, and you don't need a hit. You don't need a hit to drive in a pair, but
exactly.
It makes things a little bit easier for sure.
Alice Keene, one of the better hitters for the Ironbacks thus far this season, playing right field today. Keene's batting .293 at this point. He's got 4 doubles. Started off a little slow, but really heated up over the last couple weeks. Just on the outside corner. Favorite kind of era for Jays teams for you?
I mean, well, aside from the 20 fallow years in the middle, there have been a few good eras.
Who could forget?
But I think when growing up is always the best.
Right.
But yeah, listening to Tom Cheek in those years, especially like those 83 to 85, and then on the way to 92 and 93, he just meant so much to so many people, and to get to work with him for a couple of years was spectacular.
How's that off?
He was the kindest man, and he was always, I was just a kid in that broadcast booth and had no business being in a major league broadcast booth when I started, but he was so welcoming and could not have been more wonderful as a teacher and as a friend and just learning to broadcast.
Fouled off by Keene again, staying alive.
I learned to do it listening to him growing up, and then I got to do it sitting beside him, and it was so incredible.
What was like the biggest takeaway you had from your time with him that you learned that helped you become better at what you did?
There were two biggest. Well, one piece of advice that he gave me, and one that I just sort of learned by watching.
Side.
That's a good take right there.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is to call the game, to let the game tell the story. That each game has its own individual story, and you never know what it's going to be, and you have to let it play out in front of you, as opposed to, there are a lot of broadcasters who will come into a game with a book full of notes, and I'm going to say this in the third inning, and I'm going to say this in the sixth inning, and this is how we're going to do it. But you just can't do that.
That's ripped by Keene into right field. That's going to score a couple. That's a solid knock by Keene. 2 RBIs. And a good day to be rooting for the home team, at least here early. So the second thing?
The second thing was to not change. No, he said to me, my first couple weeks in that booth with them in 2002, he said to me that I was there because of what I had done to that point. And don't do anything different now that you're in the big leagues. Just continue to be yourself. Don't feel like you have to change for the new job.
Sherwood outside again.
Which is really, I mean, it's hard to do for players. It's hard to do for broadcasters. It's hard to do for anything. You feel like you're at a different level. You're at the highest level that there is, that you have to change things and more than just up your game.
It's a good pitch.
You have to be your best, regardless, whatever level you're at. Whether you're here, whether you're in the Penn League, whether you're in the Eastern League, whether you're in the major leagues.
Right.
But doing what you did to get there, just keep doing it.
That is off the end of the bat into left. That'll be an easy fly ball. Pulled in by left fielder Luke Dodonna. That's 1 out. Runner on first base.
Well, it's a long time to get the first out. This is a good job here by those Ironbacks. And a terrific read by the runner at second base, too, on that single.
Yeah.
He was 2/3 of the way to third base when that ball dropped and easily scored. And that could have been a play where you hang up, wait for it to drop, and wind up staying at third.
Connor Gayton's there, the DH. Some heads-up base running. Andrew Bishop at the plate now. Bishop, first baseman today. He's played some second base for the team and looked fantastic doing it. Anybody in particular remember being the most intimidating or mentioned those early time coming in?
I mean, just being in that booth was intimidating. It was...
So it was more the broadcasters than the actual ball players themselves or managers?
See, I got into the broadcast booth with the Jays in 2002, but I'd been covering the Jays since 1988. So I'd been around the clubhouse. I'd been around the room. I knew a lot of the players.
Makes sense, yeah.
But Tom and Jerry were just on this other level.
It's grounder to second base. He's just going to take the one at first base. Keane moves up to second. Second baseman there, pausing a little bit, unsure what to go for the tag. It was Tyler Castro-Taro. So we got 2 out on the fielder's choice. Runner on second for Carter Kipp. Got a hit last night. Last time we saw him, he's kind of struggled a little bit in the last game we saw him.
And a nice play by Keane, the runner, too. He could have run right into the tag and made it easy to have an inning-ending double play, but he stopped. Yep. He went around, which, I mean, if the second baseman had attempted the tag, he could have been called out for going out of the baseline, but he didn't. But that's a heads-up play. A couple of heads-up base running plays already by these Ironbacks. Griff is teaching them well.
There you go. I didn't know until last week that he was in both Hall of Fames. Richard Griffin.
Yeah, Richard Griffin is a Jack Graney Award winner here at the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, and
ground ball to short, looks like an easy one. Throw to first. That's it, but 2 runs come in from the Ironbacks. They're up early, 2-0, going to the second. right, well, welcome back to beautiful George Taylor Field. I'm here with Mike Wilner as we enter the second inning. The Ironbacks up 2-0 against the tough Batavia Muckdogs. Sean Mindus, the extra hitter, leading things off. Are you familiar with the extra hitter?
I am not especially.
Yeah, it was new to me as well. But everybody gets the opportunity to just have an extra hitter.
Hey, why not? This is
Very
what these
liberal.
kids are here for, right?
Yeah. Wow. Mindus batting .393 coming into this game, 11 for 28. Mindus out of Keystone College. He's from Toms River, New Jersey. You think about when you started back in the late 80s following baseball, what's some of the big takeaways you have from just growing with the game, learning the game, evolving?
You know what? It's very, very interesting in that when I was a kid, and I was lucky enough to start covering the Jays when I was 18.
That ball's ripped right, but foul.
But when I was a kid, I was very into these tabletop baseball games, like Stratomatic is the most famous one, but the one I played was called Pursue the Pennant, and now it's called Dynasty League Baseball. Highly recommend to anyone. And that really taught me a lot of the ins and outs of the game. It taught me about defense. It taught me to value the walk. And when I started doing Jays Talk in 2002, talking about things like on base percentage and how important or unimportant a pitcher win was completely foreign territory.
Oh, that's a little grounder. It's going to get eaten up by the infield. Merritt infield famous for just being like the Bermuda Triangle for ground balls. So that's a single from Mindus. It's interesting because I think of that time, because we're probably around the same time growing up, becoming baseball fans. It's like the confluence of those board games. I was APA. Mal and I were both doing APA.
Yeah.
And sort of the rise of Bill James being that kind of first voice, talking about the things that you're referencing now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Nice pitch by Catney.
And for those of us baseball fans who sort of leaned more into the geekery aspect of it, it was mind-blowing, the Bill James abstracts and the things he was talking about, for sure.
And it's so appealing when you're young, the whole idea that somebody's telling you adults don't know what they're talking about, you know?
It's very true.
Ball is hit up in the air. Let's see if that'll stay in play for Bishop. Yes, it does. Nice play. Andrew Bishop has been a defensive machine lately.
That's a really tough play to make right up against the fence, and it's very close to just nudging that screen on the way down, and just to be able to maintain that level of concentration while you're moving, keep your eyes on that thing and not run into the fence. It's a great job.
I used to say when I was playing ball, hearing fence steps. You know, like when you start running out there and you know there's a fence around you someplace, it's so easy to get undone by it.
Yeah, you can absolutely feel that thing coming close to you, even though it's not moving at all.
Justin Espinal, the DH, is up now with Mindus still on first. A conservative lead for Mindus. Ball hit into left field. That's going to be trouble. Phelan's going to come and scoop it. That'll probably hold the runner at third. Throw to second by Phelan. It's not going to be in time. So that's runners on second and third. Very similar to Connor Gayton's double, actually, down the left field line. There's one out. Catney Forbes now going to face Tyler Castataro.
Yeah, a little inside-out job there off the end of the bat. Not hit especially hard, but
Exactly.
you know, it's these guys who are getting used to these wood bats. Never played with it before till now.
Yeah, it's something we forget about here too. What a world of difference is between the forgiveness given to you by aluminum bat versus a wood bat. Nice pitch. Catney Forbes looking loose with the fastball today. That's always a good sign.
You know, the aluminum bat, that's probably into the corner. But you're right, the wood is far, far less forgiving. I thought he broke the bat on that one, but it didn't look like that as they sent it back.
run around a little bit there. Looked a little forced. It's 1-1. So you're playing Pursue the Pennant. How did you do that? Did you just play like random games? Did you make all-star teams? How did you? Ball is hit up in the air. Bishop is not going to be able to get to that one.
They actually had a really cool thing when you bought the game. It came with a little newsletter, and people were encouraged to like send their information in, and it would be distributed out to the people who own the game. So I found 4 people in the Toronto area who also had the game, and we got together. We formed a league in 1987, and it's actually still going now with 24 people. Yeah.
That's 40 years almost. Good for you guys.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's inside. You still doing the board game, or you?
Yeah, still doing the board game.
Old school. Good for you guys.
Still doing the board game, and it was such a useful tool back then, and it's still a useful tool now. It gives you a really good idea of who plays defensively, what, where. It gives you a really broad knowledge of who's doing what across the big leagues.
2-2 here of Cadney Forbes. Be a big out if you can get it. Ooh, nice block. Great job done by Marcus Butts there, saving a run.
Yeah, that's a good job. He's the new school block. Instead of just dropping to your knees and trying to smother it, you use your catcher's mitt like a frying pan, and you push out to just keep it down on the ground.
Nice.
But he also got turned around by that. That saved a run, absolutely.
Yeah. It's very poetic, the frying pan reference. Nice job. Oh. Chase that one a little bit. Still 3-2.
That was a desperate stay alive swing right there. That was absolutely ball 4, but he wasn't sure, so he figured he'll flick it away.
Oh, just stays alive again. Our cohort here from the Muckdogs broadcast just mentioned that apparently this is something that happens quite often. Castro-Taro staying alive, keeping the bat on the ball.
Yeah, that fastball was by him right there, but he still managed to get a little tiny piece of it. Almost impossible for a catcher to hold on to that.
Absolutely.
Griff's got his corners in, but he's got the middle of the infield back here with a 2-run lead, willing to give up a run on a ground ball up the middle.
Yeah, Bishop on the grass. Third baseman a couple steps on the third. That ball's hit into right field. Keene's going to have to go back, so the runner's going to score pretty easily. Runner's going to move on to third as well. So that's a sac fly to right field. I think Keene initially took a couple steps in on that, and once he had to go back, there was no chance he's going to be able to get the runner.
Yeah, it was pretty shallowed up to begin with.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I'm not surprised to see for lower end of the lineup and the shallow up the outfielder on the opposite side, but that ball was probably too deep anyway, even if he was in the right spot.
True. Even with momentum coming on the ball, he'd be in trouble for sure. Good point. 0-1 on Luke Donna. Actually, their best hitter is coming up next. He's batting 9th, which is pretty wild. He's batting .393, the 9-hitter. Fouled off. Quickly ahead, 0-2. What's your, how well do you know Richard Griffin? I imagine fairly well.
Fairly well. Worked with him for over 20 years. I took his job at the Toronto Star, as it turns out.
Really?
When he left, yeah. That's right. Griff took Mal's, and I took Griff's.
Nice pitch, struck him out. 1 run comes home. It is 2-1 Ironbacks going in the bottom of the second. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. We're going to the bottom of the second. The Ironbacks are up 2-1. Had a really nice first inning. I'm here with Mike Wilner on, is it Mike Wilner Day? Have you ever had a day? I think it is Mike Wilner Day.
I don't think it's. I've never had a day.
We can make it here.
I don't deserve to have a day. I'm not nearly a big enough deal to have a day. But I appreciate it. It's wonderful to be here for sure.
It's good to have you. Bryce Bedrosian, a little looper to short. That's going to be. Let's see what the official score has to say. That's got to be an error on the shortstop, I would imagine.
I don't know. That's kind of mean. I'd give him a hit for that. I think that the ball had a really weird spin on it, and it took a strange hop.
Yeah.
And left-handed batter just sort of cool cueing it the other way, right? So.
You think the spin was tough enough that we're going to call that a single?
I mean, it looked like it hit the ground, and then it took a right turn on him.
Yeah. Ball's fouled back.
I'll call it a hit. It's a bad
Some
hop,
conversation about what to call that. Mel Roman is notoriously tough on his scoring. Calling it a single, Mel? All right. So leadoff single for Bryce Bedrosian. That'll help the batting average. That ball is hit to short. That could be two. Infield slowed it down, but not enough to avoid a double play. 6-4, 4-3. There's two out real quick.
Well, we're having a little conversation here between the runner and the middle infielders. I didn't see
Bedrosian going
anything.
to. Did you notice how Bedrosian went in second?
I did not see that. I was watching the throw over to first, but nobody's happy right there.
So I imagine he must have went in fairly aggressively. That's a couple quick outs there with a double play. Brings up your favorite of mine, Kakeru Tsukamoto, who last game actually called a ground ball, which I've never seen anybody do in a baseball game. It was a slow grounder at second base, and he put his arm up to the rest of the infield that he had it. So he's nonstop entertainment for the bios for favorite artist. You know, everybody had Drake, etc. He actually had a French impressionist, Claude Monet.
Wow.
So
well done.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a chance to talk to him a little bit before the game. Fun kid.
He is, and you can tell he's loved by his teammates. Quickly 0-2 on Tsukamoto though. Sherwood sort of a little hesitation on that pitch. Just fought that off.
It's a good job to get a piece of that one, especially after those first two swings. He is definitely up there hacking. Has to now, down 0-2.
Up balls hit in the air. But Hammond is a sweet center fielder, so that was a piece of cake for him. So that's a quick 3 up, 3 down. It is 2-0 through 2 here at Merritt. Welcome back to Merritton, Ontario, the place where dreams come true. It is 2-1 Ironbacks going into the bottom of the second. Cooper Fesh, the number 9 hitter, coming up to start out, but don't be fooled by his position in the lineup. He's actually batting .393, so he's off to a great start this season. At Keystone College as well. He's from Bethel, Connecticut. Strike one. So we started talking about Richard Griffin there earlier. Any good Richard Griffin memories?
Griff is outstanding. There's never been any debate about that.
Ooh, yeah, that's a strike. Strike two.
I was thrilled to see him get this opportunity here to manage the Ironbacks. He'd been managing minor ball in Oakville for years and years and years, and always told us about his kids and that team.
Ball's ripped into right. That's a fair ball. That is going to be tough for Keene. Fesh is going to stop at second with a double. You know, I mean, there's always this conversation about the 0-2 count. I'm not sure why a ball would come into the zone on an 0-2 count, but I know that there's different philosophies on it. Yours?
There are different philosophies on it. I don't know. For me, it depends on the hitter, right? And I don't know anything about these Batavia kids, but if you've got someone who's a free swinger, if there's someone who you don't have to throw a strike to in order to get them out, then why bother? Like, it shouldn't be anywhere near the strike zone. But there's also, how many times have we seen pitchers get up 0-2?
One ground. Bunt back to Cadney Forbes. Hammond sacrifices Fesh to third.
It's something you can do with your 10 hitter, I guess, when your 9 hitter's batting .400. But how many times have we seen 0-2 and you miss, and then you miss again to try to get a chase, and all of a sudden you wind up you get in a bad count or you walk a guy. So
yeah, fair points.
I don't mind just going after somebody unless, again, there's someone who you're very confident is going to swing at a pitch off the plate.
Braden Horton 0 for 1 today. We're back to the top of the lineup. Grounder to first. Bishop handles it. Looks the runner back. That's a big out right there.
And that's one of your reasons that you don't give up an out like that, especially this early in a game. I know it's a seven-inning game, but we're in the top of the third. You got a leadoff double where a single's going to score him. You give up an out to get him to third, and then now you need a hit with 2 out, where if you don't give up the out and let that 10 hitter try to get himself on base, maybe you can build an inning.
Yeah, we saw Hammond here last time, and he's a really nice contact hitter, actually. He doesn't have to do too much to get the runner over, even if he's swinging. So it's 0-1 here on Omar Carreras, also 0 for 1 today. Ooh, that was in on the hands. Taylor Fields. It's St. Catharines' own Nolan Phelan leading things off here for the Ironbacks. See, our PA guy didn't notice him without his mustache. That's small changes. It also could be the cold lasagna that our PA guy has been devouring. A little grounder to short, well handled. Brian Fry with a nice play. First pitch swinging from Nolan Phelan. Actually had a good night last night with a couple hits, including a double. So we got 1 out. Carter Shin got on base via an error by third baseman Carreras last inning. That's strike one. Sherwood, after a tough first, has kind of righted himself. Ooh, I might have spoken too soon. That pitch was headed for parts unknown. Carter Shin plays the University of Mary. Actually set the U Mary all-time record for reaching base safely in a 9-inning game 7 times. 3 hits, 3 walks, 1 hit by pitch. Takes that for ball 2. And as we've mentioned on past broadcasts, Shin always consistently competitive at bats. He and Gatens are always terrific. That ball was a little high though, so skied up to center. That'll be a piece of cake for Hammond out there. 2 quick outs. Connor Gatens coming to the plate. Connor Gatens out of Tillsonburg, Ontario. Attends Southeastern Community College. Big Trailer Park Boys fan. Nice little curveball there from Sherwood. I don't know. I might be talking up a little bit much, but it was definitely a curveball. I give it like a C+ if I had to give it a rating. Sherwood attends Monroe College. There's another curveball. That's a B+ curveball. I might have, you know what? On a generous day, I'd give it an A. Good pitch by Sherwood. Quickly ahead on Gatens. Oh, he was walking towards the dugout, and I totally understand why he was walking to the dugout. Because I was walking to the dugout with him, because that was definitely looking like strike 3, but it's 1-2. There's that curveball again. Fooled Gatens. Runs a long ways towards first base, getting off that excess energy. 3 up, 3 down. It is 2-1 Ironbacks through 3. Welcome back to George Taylor Field here in beautiful downtown Meriden. It's 2-1 Ironbacks going to the top of 4th. Ethan Cadney Forbes has been sharp. I want to thank Mike Wilner for popping by the booth here for a couple innings. It was nice to share in his perspective. I mean, baseball here in Southern Ontario has a long and storied history, and I think a lot of us who grew up around here have a lot of the same touchstones. Tom and Jerry on the radio in the summertime being one of those. Ethan Cadney Forbes facing Brian Fry, who's been Solid at short. Starts him off a little change up low. I think Catney Forbes kind of working backwards on a lot of the at-bats here today. And there's a curveball in the outside corner. Nice pitch. I find the strike zone's been generally pretty consistent today. I think Jaden Sherwood would have a little bit of a different thought there at the end of last inning, but generally it's been very good. 1-1 is the count. Just a little outside. Just a little outside on that fastball. It's 2-1. Fry's 0 for 1 today. Fried at the University of Toledo, as I mentioned earlier. Batavia Daily News Male Athlete of the Year in 2020-2021. He's actually helped Medina High School win championships in baseball, football, basketball, and soccer. That's like a quad sport athlete. Good for him. Fights that one off. That might have been ball 4. But Catney Forbes will take it. Keeping this Batavia Muckdogs offense at bay. No easy feat for anybody this season. They lead the league in batting average. And their lineup from 1 through 10, because of the extra hitter today, doesn't give you a lot of forgiving moments. So good for Catney Forbes to get to where he is. Getting this opening out would go a long ways towards continuing the trend he's created. That's a good pitch. Strike 3. That was a battle. Catney Forbes comes out ahead. A little snap, crackle, pop to finish him off. That brings up Sean Mindas, the extra hitter. Hasn't played a ton at Keystone College. He's hitting real well here for Batavia. 393. Oh, went chasing that curveball well out of the strike zone. It's like parents tell you never leave your block. He was a few blocks away chasing that pitch. Oh, and 1. Let's see what Catney Forbes goes to here. That ball's hit high in the air to left field. Phelan's tracking it back. Wow, that's right to the warning track. That's 2 out. Mindas just missing that one. Phelan handling it nicely. James Bolton popped to first in his first at bat in the second inning. Bolton batting .333 this season through 36 at bats. On base percentage of .500, which ain't too bad. Known in some circles as half the darn time gets on base. Me doing math here. Swing and a miss for Bolton. Plays for the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. 3 college seasons. 16 games played. So he hasn't played a whole lot there. Oh, fouls off that curveball. Obviously a little bit fooled there at the change of pace. 0-2. Catney Forbes with an opportunity to make this another quick inning. Again, not a lot of pitchers have had quick innings against Batavia, so you take him when you can get him, and he struck him out. Great inning for Ethan Catney Forbes. It's still 2-1 Ironbacks going into the bottom of the 4th. Welcome back once again to George Taylor Field. The Ironbacks up early 2-1, coming to the bottom of the fourth against Jaden Sherwood, who's been, since he gave up 2 runs there to start the game, he's faced a minimum 9 hitters since, thanks in part to a double play there at the start of the second inning. But he's looked really good. He had 30 innings pitched for Monroe Community College this year at an ERA of 6.6, but he's looked real sharp here the last couple innings. He's got Alex Keene, who rocked a 2 RBI single into right field in the first inning. Again, Keene has looked really good at the plate of late. Keene, Bishop, Gatens, Shin have kind of been the main guys that you've seen driving the offensive engine. Nice curveball there from Sherwood, dropping it on the outside corner. He could have walked up there and set it down, and it couldn't have found a sweeter spot for that location. 1-1 the count on Keene. Amped it up there, but a little too much. Missed arm side. It's 2-1. Keene actually, I was looking over the bios earlier today and realizing like the Ironbacks could put together a pretty good hockey team. They could. Keene, power forward, left winger, right? You got a couple goalies on your team. Bryce Bedrosian is a goalie. Trying to remember who else we have here. 3-2 full count here. Brock Granger, a goalie. Nolan Phelan has an OMHA championship under his belt. That's the highest level of local hockey. Marcus Butts was captain of his high school team, so it's not just Canadian dudes. Walk for Keene there. Caleb Sagan, centerman. Ethan Catney-Forbes. I don't know Ethan Catney-Forbes' position, but at 6'6", we're going to put him on D. Use that reach. Ethan Wolf be on the wing. Derek Riesberry, also a hockey player. I know that when we talked to Caden Wilson played to a certain point where he decided just to focus on baseball in his teens. So yeah, if a hockey game breaks out here today, the Ironbacks are in good shape. But right now in the baseball game, they're also doing excellent. 2-1. Leadoff runner on first base. That's a wee bit low. Butts flew out to left field in his last at bat. Butts out of Bismarck, North Dakota. Our friend in baseball. A little inside. Butts staring out into the distance after that, and not undeterred by that inside location. It's 2-0. I mean, if you're the Ironbacks, you have to be looking for a little more scratch here against a team noted for their ability to create runs. Pretty aggressive lead there for Keene. I think we talked a couple games ago about the fact that Keene and Bishop appeared to have some secret meeting in a tree fort or something and come up with the idea that they should steal bases. And it's had an interesting sort of play out. There goes Keene. That's a little fly ball in the center. That's going to go in front of Hammond. Hammond kind of froze there a little bit, but I don't think he was going to get to that either way. Nice little poke by Butts, just serving it up to the outfield grass. Runners on first and second. And here comes Andrew Bishop. Andrew Bishop has definitely found his mojo of late. Been one of our favorite hitters to watch. Nobody out. Sherwood in a little bit of trouble here after facing the minimum 9 hitters last little bit. Misses outside. Really struggling with the zone too, so he's had to kind of groove some pitches here. Bishop from Kitchener, Ontario. Ball in on the hands, foul down the first baseline by Bishop. Maybe a little over-eager there. Catches out to the mound. Cooper Fesh, little conversation. A tap on the back for Jaden Sherwood. He jogs back behind home plate. Modest lead for both base runners. 1-1 that counts. Just missed that pitch. Just missed that pitch. That was a pretty decent spot for Bishop to do something with it, but we're all fallible. Brings the count 1-2. Oh, big out for Jaden Sherwood as Bishop chased that one a little low and away. But here comes Carter Kipp playing third base. Kipp grounds to second his last at bat. Kipp out of Notre Dame High School from Welland, Ontario. Just a little outside. See, Kipp kind of appeared a little overly eager the last couple games, which is understandable. Just joined the team, trying to find your spot. There goes Keene, and I think that was a hit by pitch. Keene has been wildly aggressive on the bases. It's fascinating to me. Yeah, and I can see there some questions by leadership as to the wisdom of that. They're gonna have a meeting on the mound. Here comes the manager to have a little chat with Sherwood, who got the bases drunk, 1 out, or Bryce Bedrosian. We're just talking about him. Former goaltender out of St. Catharines, Ontario. He attends Bismarck State University. Former Meriton Bulldog, the only former Meriton Bulldog on the team, with a big opportunity to ingratiate himself to the home crowd, to his fellow Meriton Bulldog brethren. Bedrosian got a single, which was briefly marked an E6 by the notoriously skeptical official scorer Mal Romanin, before he was won over by Mike Wilner's arguments about the toughness of the hop. It's 1-0. Third baseman on the infield grass, first base on the infield grass, looking to chop the runner down at home. Middle infielders a little bit deeper. That's fouled down the third baseline by Bedrosian. Bedrosian was off to a slow start this season. Grounder to short or second, gets a runner home, I'm thinking. Grounder to first or third will be real darn interesting. That ball's hit to second. Oh, it's fumbled at second. That's going to bring a run home. That's a fielder's choice. RBI for Bedrosian. Yeah. Second baseman Tyler Castataro kind of fumbled that initially, I think, thinking about 2, and he would have had a decent shot at 2. But that's a run home, and here comes your favorite Johnny Cash fan, Chase Hubble. Hubble rips one right at the shortstop. That's a line drive out. Wow, I thought he caught that on the fly. Umpire ruled that it actually hit the ground, so the throw had to be made to first base. But it's 3-1 Ironbacks through 4. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's 3-1 Ironbacks through 4. Ethan Catney Forbes has been terrific on the mound thus far. Actually plays for St. Bonaventure in New York, great state of New York. Led his high school team in hitting home runs, Ethan Catney Forbes, so he can play it both ways. Like I said, also a hockey player. He's going to face Justin Espinal, who hit a double in the second. An opposite field shot, if I recall correctly. Busted him inside, and there's something, you know what? If you're been watching the Ironbacks like I have, the inside part of the plate is not something the pitchers have really owned. So it'd be interesting to see them start to assert themselves a little more on the inside part of the plate. There you go. Makes that outside pitch a little more effective, doesn't it? 0-2. He's been really getting ahead of hitters well here. And like I said, he's not facing any slouches here. He's facing the best hitting team in the Perfect Game Collegiate League. I've decided to remove one of the names out of the Perfect Game League's title. There's too many words. Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. We can get baseball out of there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 0-2. Espinal staying alive, the DH. See if Catney Forbes can put him away. Ball's hit down to first, handled by Bishop. Bishop's been a lockdown at first base to make plays. It's been really fun to watch. And we still haven't seen, you know what's laying in wait for us is Kakeru Tsukamoto's been very quiet thus far. Hasn't been given an opportunity to shine yet, but you know that shine he will when the moment comes his way. Comes Tyler Castrataro, I think had a half an hour at bat last time he was up, before hitting a sac fly into right field for an RBI. Nice pitch, just a wee bit low apparently. Castrataro plays for Hofstra University. It's at Mahulpik, New York. For Hofstra, he batted .274, slugged .469 in 45 games, so he's been playing good ball all year long. It's a little low, 3-0. This is unusual for Catney Forbes this game to be behind 3-0. There you go. There's stray, not so much. That was a surprise, but that's a walk. Fair enough. Here comes Richard Griffin, obviously seeing something he's a little concerned about. Here comes the rest of the infield. It's going to be a group chat. They're getting together. Griffin with his hand on Catney Forbes' left shoulder, imparting some wisdom. It's a quick visit. Backs up. Doing a little Columbo. Just one last thing, perhaps. Just one more thing. All right. Sticking around just a little bit longer is catcher Marcus Butts. Tap to the shoulder. Slow walk back to home plate. There's one out. Castrataro on first base. Luke Dodonna coming up. We've definitely reached the vowel part of the lineup. It is one out, runner on first. Dodonna struck out in his last at bat. Throw over to first base. Catney Forbes has done a really nice job of getting better at having some professional detachment at handling base runners, I would say. Now, Castrataro's taken a pretty significant lead. There's a pitch. It's a little up and away. So this is one of the first tests. He hasn't had a lot of base runners, so not a lot to think about. And the base runners he had, not necessarily base stealers, so Caspatardo looks a little more aggressive, and there he goes. Ball's inside. Butts had perhaps a less than ideal pitch to throw on, and he kind of fumbled the transfer. So I don't think he was going to get him. Anyway, the count goes to 2-0 to Dodonna. Dodonna goes to Fagler College. Freshman. Actually won the Presidential Honor Roll Bronze Scholar. Lettered in baseball and football, so multi-sport athlete here. Opportunity to get a run home. It's 2-1. His team's down by 2. Ethan Catney Forbes. It's been a little bit more of a struggle so far this inning. He's become a little more purposeful in his delivery. Ground ball to first, off the bag, off of Bishop into right. Keene's going to corral that, but that'll be a double. Double for Dodonna. You know, we were just talking about how great Bishop's been at first. He didn't have a chance on that. The ball hitting first base at the last moment, ricocheting off his shoulder deep into right where Keene corralled it. So that's an RBI. Tough break for Bishop at first. In fairness to Dodonna, he smoked that ball too. So lead now down to 1. Cooper Fesh, who doubled his last at bat. And an unrelenting lineup for Batavia. He squares around. That's a surprise. Fesh has actually got a couple stolen bases. He's got one sacrifice hit, so maybe he wasn't kidding around with that bunt. It's 1-0. I almost feel like you'd be doing a favor. Ball busts him inside. Nicely handled. Kakeru Tsukamoto handles a tough hop for the second out. That gets the Dodonna over to third base. And here comes Travis Hammond, who sack bunted his last at bat. Hammond has been probably our favorite defensive center fielder to watch thus far this season. Just a delight in the outfield. Just a little low and away. Him is batting .239. Actually struck out 17 times, 46 at bat. So that sack bunt maybe makes a little more sense in that context. Just under the strike zone. I feel like Catney Forbes got squeezed a little bit more this inning than he has thus far this game. I think part of that might be that he's just been missing his zone a little bit more, so perhaps putting some ideas into the umpire's head. 2-0. That ball's rocked into left field. That's going to fall in front of Phelan. That'll tie the game. Single Travis Hammond all over that pitch. It's 3-3 here in the top of the fifth. Braden Horton coming up. He's 0 for 2 today. Hammond's pretty aggressive on the base pass last time. There he goes right away. That pitch hits the backstop. Oh, man. That is also a hit by pitch. Lost that in that. So runners on first and second. This has been some heavy lifting for Catney Forbes. It's a second visit for Richard Griffin. So I'm thinking that's going to be the end of the day for Ethan Catney Forbes. A bit of a surprise here. That brings in Brad Alexander. I don't know. I'm a bit surprised by that change. He was laboring a lot. Perhaps he was it was going to be a short outing either way, and it just seemed like the opportune time to remove him. All right, we'll come back with Brad Alexander on the mound. Hey, welcome back. It's the bottom of the, excuse me, it's actually the top of the fifth with the Batavia Muckdogs. Those darn Muckdogs doing those darn Muckdogs type of things. A little bit of a rally here. They've tied the game up, and you knew that the offense wasn't going to be asleep all game. And they knocked Ethan Catney Forbes out of the game after 4 2/3 innings. We bring in Brad Alexander, who's had a rough ride thus far here in the Perfect Game League, but you can see there's greater possibilities in what he has to offer. See if he can channel those best possibilities right now, starting with the top of the order. That is in the gap in front of the center fielder. That's going to score at least one. That was fast. That was fast. Single. Hey. The old Leonard Cohen song, hey, that's no way to say goodbye. Hey, that's no way to say hi. So it's now 4-3 Muckdogs, and the Ironbacks trying to get themselves the heck out of this inning. Brian Fry at the plate. Again, it's an unrelenting lineup. There's the curveball, just a little bit low. The strike zone has really shrunk this inning as well, which hasn't helped. Pitchers haven't been good enough. The hitters have been real good for Batavia, and the strike zone has shrunk. That's a ground ball to Tsukamoto. Fumbles it a bit. Throw to first. He is safe. That is an error on Tsukamoto. That's a shame. That's a shame. A bit of a tough hop, but yeah, you got to make the play there. We've been quick to celebrate Tsukamoto because he's so much fun, but we got to keep it real. That was an error on the second baseman. Griffin chatting with the umpire, dismissing him. Seems unhappy with something. I'm not sure what there is to be unhappy. At first base, thought he's safe. Okay. I guess. Felt real safe to me. We got runners at first and second. There's 2 out. Fouled off the curveball. Mindus, the cleanup hitter. Quickly ahead. See if there's that curveball that's hit in front of Phelan. Phelan throws home. That's going to be cut off. That's another run home. Yeah, this is an inning. This is turning into an inning. Goodness gracious. Here comes James Bolton. 10th hitter in this inning. Alexander coming in, and so far, there's a strike one. Man, it can look so good at times. Yeah, I really find that the hitter's right on top of the plate here. Sometimes he might do himself a favor and pushing him off, but that's outside, hitting to right. Keene is chasing it. Nice catch out there in right field by Keene. That gets the inning over, but it's 5-3 Muckdogs coming to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's the bottom of the 5th. The Ironbacks suddenly find themselves down. It's 6-3 as the Muckdogs found the good foot for their offense. Kakeru Tsukamoto is leading it off for the Ironbacks. Looking to get a little life back in the Ironbacks offense, which has gone real quiet after scoring 2 in the first. Did get one last game, last inning I should say, so maybe being overly dramatic. Tsukamoto had a bunt single last game. Carreras still on the infield dirt. Well, that's strike. Nice little curveball from Sherwood. It's 1-1. Tsukamoto failing shin here in the bottom of the inning. Oh, little swing at that. It makes it 1-2. Tsukamoto flied out to center his last at bat. That's a strikeout for Sherwood. A little fastball just off the outside corner. And here comes St. Catharines' own Nolan Phelan. Yeah, that's I forget. Brock Granger coming in for St. Catharines' own Nolan Phelan. 7-inning games here in the doubleheader. So the immediacy of the moment moves up in the calendar to the 5th inning. They bring in Brock Granger. Granger, one of the better hitters for Niagara this season. One of the more dangerous hitters. He's batting .222 coming into the game, but that is a strike. That little curveball for Sherwood's working. He's feeling it. Just a little bit outside. I think Sherwood wanted it. 1-1. Can't blame a pitcher for wanting a ball to be a strike. It's that curveball. Some nice framing work, I would suggest, by the catcher there. It's 1-2. It's a little outside. 2-2. Flags blowing. So the wind's blowing into right field today as it usually does. That's a little outside. Couldn't frame that one well enough to get a third strike. It's full count. Fairness to the catcher, that would have been a tough job to sell that. Ironbacks need some base runners. Opportunity for Granger. Oh, he hung around on that curveball, but that's going to be a fly ball into right field. Easily handled by Braden Horton. That's 2 out. Carter Shin now. Reached base on there by the third baseman. Took a chest-high fastball and hit it high into center field, where it is the territory of Travis Hammond, who doesn't miss too many fly balls that are hit to his territory. Rocks one down to third base, eaten up by the infield. Easy throw to first base. 3 up, 3 down for Jaden Sherwood. It is 6-3. Muckdogs heading into the top of the 6th. Welcome back to George Taylor Field on this beautiful Sunday at the end of June. The Ironbacks taking on the Muckdogs, who are contending for first place in the West Division here of the Perfect Game Collegiate League. And the Muckdogs showed their quality after a slow start. Scored 5 runs last inning to make the score 6-3. As the top of the 6th begins here with Justin Espinal, who's doubled and popped up to first baseman Andrew Bishop. He rocks one just over Bishop for a single to lead things off. And the Muckdogs are coming up to the plate ready to swing those bats. And they're getting some good wood on Alexander thus far. This brings up Castrataro, who's hit a sac fly. He's taken a walk. There's that curveball again. Fouled off by Castrataro. I didn't hear the foul ball horn, almost like it's just not in the mood today. Just not in the mood. It's 0-1. Modest lead there at first. Fouled off again by Castrataro. No balls, 2 strikes. This would be a big out for Alexander. See what he does with this 0-2 pitch. We're really looking for him to work the inside part of the plate a little more. See if he tries it here. Nope, that's a curveball outside. 1-2. Definitely got him set up for a fastball. That's another curveball. That's in the dirt. 2-2. Alexander, though, does go into these stretches where it's all curveball all the time. There it is again. Fouled out by Castrotaro. 2-2. That was right over the heart of the plate, which is why I think sometimes you see Alexander get into trouble. There's another curveball, makes it a full count. That one in the dirt gets away from Butts. That moves up Espinal. Counts full. That's 3 curveballs for a ball, 2 curveballs for strikes. Also a couple foul balls in there too. Runner on second now, nobody out. Alexander steps off the rubber dramatically. Other curveball misses. That's a walk to Castrotaro, his second walk of the day. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. Brings up Luke Dodora, excuse me. He struck out. He doubled. He has an RBI. He has a run scored. Really got to learn to print better, if only so I can pronounce people's names better. There you go. A little snap, crackle, pop. I didn't even see that pitch. I could hear it. 0-1. Alexander ahead on the count. Wow. Dodona batting .222 this season. Couple doubles. He's only had 18 plate at bats, so. There's a curveball. It's laid down. It bounces high. That's gonna. Oh, that is a break and a half for the Ironbacks, because they seem shocked by that bunt, and it just happened to spin back into foul territory. Luckily enough, and Dodona is gonna have to walk back to home plate. See what he does here now. 1-2. 1-2 now. See if Alexander can put this hitter away. There you go. Got strike 3. Dodona standing there with the bat on his shoulder. It definitely changed. That something else was spin there, but a little more velocity. So a slider versus a curveball. I don't know. Good job by Alexander. Here comes Cooper Fesh, who is anything but an easy out. He's doubled, grounded second. He's got to be flirting with 400 right now. Been hit by pitch 5 times this season. Ball's hit high in the air to center. Hubble is routine on these plays. Once again, routine. That's an F8. That's 2 outs. Alexander battling back. We got 2 outs now with runners on first and second. Travis Hammond, who singled sharply his last at bat, knocking in a run. Really important for the Ironbacks to keep this game within reach. And he's 1 out away from getting us to the bottom of the 6th. And the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Ironbacks scheduled. Ooh, a generous helping of the outside corner served up by the umpire. It's 0-1. There's another curveball in the dirt. Makes it 1-1. It's funny to watch Alexander wind up, and it's 60% fastballs, and when he gets into game action, it 60% comes 6%. It's fascinating. 1-1 count. Time called. Butts going out to chat with Alexander. It's a big moment for the Ironbacks if they're going to stay in this game. Hammond, his first time here, was really working the right field grass. So it's interesting to see Tsukamoto playing so close to second base. Ball's hit in the air in the right field. Lots of time for Alex Keane. He gets the out. Nice job by Alexander getting out of it. It is 6-3 Muckdogs going to the bottom of the sixth. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's a double dipped. 2 games of baseball here this afternoon. It's a great day for baseball. If you're in the Niagara region, what are you doing? Why are you not here? You see some splendid baseball played by potential future major leaguers. They've played here. There's been the greats like, Jordan Westberg, Luke Maley, Nick Pavetta. So yeah, Ironbacks down by 3. Evan Hollinsworth is a new pitcher for Batavia. They got a lefty into the game. He's going to start off facing Connor Gatens. It's a strike there as Gatens swings through that. Gatens has been one of the more potent hitters for the Ironbacks this year. The only home run hit this year, Connor Gatens. He rips a little grounder down at third base, easily handled. Nice, sweet toss by Omar Carreras, who looks real fluid, making that out. 1 out. Yeah, probably not a bad time to bring in a lefty, as you've got Keane and Bishop up in the immediate vicinity. Both have looked real good against lefties, though, and the limited at-bats we've seen him against same side folk. Yeah, a little bit more heat on that. Hollinsworth with a really kind of quiet delivery, not a lot happening in it. Put a little juice on that one. Fouled off by Keane. 1-1. Of course, as we mentioned, Batavia Muckdogs fans of the kind of the jammy look on their pants. There's nobody sporting the knee-high socks for. They're kind of the antithesis of the Niagara Falls Americans, who are very knee-high sock heavy. There you go. That's a quick little fastball. It's got to be a little bit tough on the hitters. He just fastball gets on you in a hurry. 2-1 on Keene. There we go. It's just a little bit low. Hollinsworth just missed and looking a little uncomfortable out there this at bat. Definitely need some base runners here, so take them however you can get them. Oh, that ball was a ways away from home plate. That's a walk for Keene, who's reaching base for the third consecutive time. He has a single, a couple RBIs, 2 walks. Brings up Marcus Butts, who singled solidly his last at bat. Ironbacks trying to get something happening here with the meat of their order at the plate. Butts batting .333 coming into today. Just outside from Hollinsworth. Fighting the strike zone a little bit now here. Keene has been running like a wild man on the bases. I have to think he's going to be somewhat modest given the circumstances, but ooh, that ball gets away from the catcher, and there goes Keene. Moves up a base. That helps. That's some aggressive, intelligent running. Nice job. We're going to call that a pass ball. Butts up in the count, 2-0. Hollinsworth really scuffling right now. That's, ooh, that one was I was on the border, and gets the call from the umpire. It's 2-1. That was a good take either way. Oh, 2-2. That one was in the heart of the strike zone. Butts just missed it. 2-2. Butts looking real dialed in up there. Oh, that's in the dirt. It's a full count. Hollinsworth's been fairly erratic. It's a big opportunity right now. Full count, runner on second. Ironbacks down by 3. Oh, he just got under that one. Him is going to have that, no problem. Credit to Hollinsworth for hanging in there, which was sort of frustrating couple of bats trying to find the stroke zone, but it's a big out for him. When you hear "Carry On, My Wayward Son," you know that Andrew Bishop is coming up to the plate. And Andrew Bishop's been really great against lefties, so see what he can do here against Hollinsworth. This ball served up to the shortstop. Handles it easily, tosses the first. That's it. No runs. It's 6-3 Muckdogs going into the 7th inning. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's the 7th inning, the last inning, and because we're having a doubleheader here today. So the final inning, Ironbacks are down by 3. Brad Alexander on the mound looking to keep things quiet here from the Muckdogs to give an opportunity to his offense to come back here in the bottom of the 7th. Leading things off for the Muckdogs, those darn Muckdogs, Braden Horton. There's a curveball from Alexander to Horton. Yeah. That is I think that was a fastball well off the plate. It was hard to tell. That was an errant pitch in any event, so it's 1-1. Alexander had a kind of a rough welcome to this game. There's a real slow curveball. It's pretty. It was pretty. We can say it. 1-2. Let's see what he does. Just served him up a good ship lollipop curveball. A little high with that. That looked like a slider, I guess. 2-2. I would love to see a high inside fastball. I would love to see it, but what I did see was a slow curveball. That makes the count 3-2. Big pitcher. Was low, and here goes Hubble. Nice catch by Hubble out there in center field. That was a little bit off the end of the bat. It was kind of slicing away from Hubble, so a nice job tracking that by Chase Hubble. Again, plays a real solid center field. That was a big out. That looked like a fastball, a little bit low and away. Here comes Omar Carreras, the third baseman, who's been real good in the field. He's 1 for 3 with a single or an RBI. That one in on the hands, hit up in the air. Here comes Bishop. And I feel like Alexander absolutely threw off Bishop on that play. Alex, it is really unusual to see a pitcher go that aggressively after a foul ball. And Bishop at the last second seemed to pick up Alexander flying into his zone and just become a little bit unglued. So it's a ball is up in the air. Hubble, no problem. So no harm, no foul on the missed pop-up. Good for Alexander for bouncing back. You know, that's the sort of thing that can rattle you a little bit, just those small parts of the game, overcoming that little bit of adversity. It bodes well for Alexander. He's got 2 outs. Thanks to some easy fly ball. Well, the second ball was an easy fly ball. The first one, nice catch by our man Chase Hubble, our man on the scene in center field. 2 out. Brian Fry at the plate. 0 for 3, reached base on error. 1 ball, no strikes. Alexander looking for a 3 up, 3 down inning. There's that curveball, catches the outside corner. It's a good ship lollipop curveball from Alexander. Pretty. 1-1. A little bit harder there, low and away. 2-1. Fry right on top of the plate. And that's what I'd love to see, an inside pitch, but that's me. Missed that one. Went chasing, went fishing, and came back empty-handed on that ball in the dirt. 2-2. Alexander 1 strike away from a 3 up, 3 down inning that is got to do wonders for the self-esteem. Snap, crackle, pop, ball. 3-2 is the count. That ball bounces off the front of home plate, up off the backstop. That'll be a walk to Brian Fry, which brings up Sean Mindas, 2 for 3. Alexander so close to getting out of this inning, and it's still alive. Mindas has caused nothing but trouble for pitchers today. Batting .393 coming in today. He's done nothing to hurt his batting average. Yet to get a base hit, though. That ball fouled off the end of the bat, out of play. There we go. It's the foul ball horn. It's alive. 0-1. Fry with pretty solid lead, I would put it at. Doesn't right arm swinging. There he goes. Paul's down. Nice toss. Oh, goodness. That was close. That was close. Stolen base. That was not a great pitch to throw on. It was a curveball low. But Butts did a decent job to make it close. So, 1-2. Oh, kind of worked to overly massage that curveball. It's 2-2. Gotta want to keep this a 6-3 game coming into the bottom of the inning. He's one strike away from doing just that. Oh, and more spin in the dirt. That makes the count full. Full count. 2 out. Runner on second. In on the hands. That ball may just fall in front of Briggs. And Briggs was coming up wanting to throw but could not. Tough hop. That's a single from Mindas. Scores a runner. You know, yeah. So we got a runner on first. It's now 7-3. Curveball off of the glove of Alexander. Tsukamoto to Shin. That gets the out on the fourth. 7-3. Muckdogs going to the bottom of seventh. Welcome back to George Taylor Field, and here in Beatific Merritt, Ontario, the place where dreams come true. Ironbacks here in the seventh and last inning, down by 4. New pitcher into the game from Niagara County Community College, Eric Woodley, now pitching for those darn Batavia Muckdogs. He's going to face Carter Kipp to start it off. Kipp has grounded second, been hit by a pitch. A ball foul down the third baseline. That was in on inside part of the plate. Kipp been really aggressive. Doesn't waste much time trying to get the bat on the ball. Ooh. Busted him inside again. Kipp sort of half swing, but got the bat to foul it off just by home plate there. It's 0-2 quickly on Kipp, who's found himself in this spot a lot lately. Slider misses low and away. It's 1-2. Need a base runner here. Whichever way, however, whenever, preferably now. That's a little bit high. Just missed. 2-2. Just missed. This is Woodley's second season in Batavia. Gets that outside pitch. Strike 3 on Kipp. I'll tell you what, you can probably argue a little bit about the location there, but absolutely no doubt that fastball caught Kipp off guard completely. He was frozen at the plate on that fastball, and it happened to catch just enough of the black to make for the first out here. Bryce Bedrosian now up. It's a little low and away. Woodley's ERA to date, not that beatific. Baseball Reference has got him at 15.95 or 8.59, excuse me. Just missed there. Yeah, 8.59. He's thrown 7 1/3 innings, 11 hits, given up 7 earned runs, struck out 9. And you can see he's got some mustard on that fastball. 2-0 to Bedrosian. It's low. You got to know he's taking his next pitch. Iron Dogs need a whole whack of base runners. 3-0 pitch on its way. Bedrosian throws his bat away as if he got a walk, but he did not. It was high, no doubt, but the umpire suggesting it caught the upper regions of the strike zone. So it's 3-1. That's strike 2 on Bedrosian. Full count. Woodley fighting back here. Struck him out. 2 strikeouts for Woodley. Right after Bedrosian, those pitches were right down the meat of the zone, and Bedrosian just couldn't get to it. Ironbacks down to their final out here in game 1 of 2 in this doubleheader at George Taylor Field. Chase Hubble has played a fine defensive center field, but 0 for 2 at the plate today. That ball is fouled down the first baseline. Second baseman ranges over and catches it. That's the ball game. Batavia wins 6-3. We'll be back for the second game here shortly. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's game 2 of a doubleheader here between the Batavia Muckdogs and the Niagara Ironbacks. It's Mike Wilner Day here at George Taylor Field. I don't know if it was officially Mike Wilner Day, but I've made it Mike Wilner Day, and here he is for the first pitch. You know, not bad. That's not bad. We've only had 2 really opening pitches. That one made it all the way to the catcher, so that gets first place in our hearts, in our minds. This is, of course, as I said, the second game of 2 between the Ironbacks and the Muckdogs. Ironbacks got off to a quick start in game 1, staking a 2-0 lead. Clung to a 2-run lead through 4 until the beast that is the Batavia Muckdogs offense took a chunk out of Ironbacks starter Ethan Catney Forbes, whose excellent start today, but ran into some trouble in the 5th where the Muckdogs scored 5 runs to take a lead they would not relinquish. But hey, it's a brand new ball game here at George Taylor Field in the heart of Merritton, the place where dreams come true. On the mound for the Ironbacks for this game will be a man we saw as recently as 2 days ago, J.J. Reynolds, who we expected to bring his particular brand of cowboy western hat or glove in front of the face. It's a signature flair. We'll see how he does against a Batavian lineup that has done a number on pretty much everybody they've faced. They were a little sleepy to start last game, but woke up in time to give themselves enough runs to get a win. Little different lineup here for the Ironbacks. Andrew Bishop makes his much anticipated return to second base, where he was delightful last time he played the position. We've got Caden Wilson, who we have not seen a lot of, playing third base. Devin Medor will be playing right field. I think Devin Medora was a funner name than Devin Medora. It's the PA announcer just referenced him. Almost makes me think of like a Mexican bandit, you know? Yeah. What do you call those again? The Matador. Yeah. Matador. Thank you, Zach. All right. J.J. Reynolds facing Braden Horton to start the inning. Horton got hit by, I think the biggest moment in last game for Horton was getting hit by a pitch, which is not anytime what you want your biggest moment in a game to be. Reynolds starts him off the fastball. It's a little bit off the plate. 1-0. That's in on the hands. Wilson fumbles that one. That was a tough play right at his feet. But that's an E5. So tough start to the game for the Ironbacks. A little fister right at the feet of Wilson that he couldn't handle. That puts Horton on first. Omar Carreras comes to the plate. Pretty aggressive lead there for Horton, right fielder. Strike 1 from Reynolds. A little slow something there. 0-1 is the count. I was holding them on. Nice little toss over there by J.J. Reynolds. Reynolds had really struggled coming into last Friday, but put together a nice outing at the end of the game. That ball's fouled off. See if the foul ball horn makes comeback. There it is. There it is. 0-2 is the count. Reynolds once again holding on Horton. It's a competitive little battle going on at first base. See what he does this 0-2 pitch. There he goes. The ball's grounded to short, handled by Shin. Throw to first. That's 1 out. Runner moves up to second. Horton. 6-3. That brings to the plate Sean Mindas. Mindas last game, 3 for 4 with a couple RBIs, a run scored, and the beat goes on for Sean Mindas, who started this season nothing but heat. Mindas actually came into today batting .393, done nothing to harm that batting average. Still looking for his first extra base hit. Got a runner on second, 1 out. Modest lead there on second base. That was a nice pitch to start him off. A little spin for strike 1. That ball's ripped into center. That's going to be to the left of Hubble. That'll score the runner. There's actually a play at home, but he's going to be safe. Single. Yeah, made it a lot closer than clearly I thought. That's a quick run for Batavia. Sean Mindas has done nothing but hit the baseball and find outfield grass today. He's 4 for 5 now. Justin Espinal coming up now. Justin Espinal in game 1, 2 for 3, a double, a single. It's a relentless lineup that Batavia and those darn Muckdogs bring. That ball's hit high in the air in a right field. Mador makes an easy catch out there. That's the second out. 2 out for Reynolds. Trying to get out of this with just the 1 run. James Bolton comes to the plate. Bolton plays for the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. He's out of Webster, New York. Batavia last year he batted .380. There goes the runner. Grounder to short. Shin handles it, throws to first. Easy out. 1-0 Muckdogs going to the bottom of the first. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. We're reunited with Mike Wilner, fresh off his success in throwing out the first pitch. Nice job. You made it all the way to home plate. First person to do that here.
Really?
Yeah. Everybody else bounced it.
Wow. Well, there was a lot of pressure, I have to tell you. I did get a couple of warm-up throws in beforehand. It helped a lot, but honestly, I just wanted to get it there and not bounce it. I wasn't worried about a strike or not, and I think it was probably a little high, but I didn't make the catcher stand up, so I'll take it.
Right, exactly. Do you have a pitching repertoire? We'll go like, could you have considered throwing a curveball or something interesting?
The way my shoulder feels right now, absolutely not. But a few years ago, sure. I mean, that would have been fun to like throw a little 12-6 curveball.
There we go.
But no, it's a high pressure environment when you're out there on the mound with
For sure.
all these
It's
people
a lonely
watching.
place.
Yeah, but I found it interesting that once I got up there, I looked around. As I walked out, I saw the crowd, but it was just me and the catcher. It was very there was no outside anything.
Did you clear the mechanism?
I don't know what happened.
The old Kevin Costner thing. What was that movie called with Kevin Costner
For
as a
Love of the
pitcher?
Game?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Clear the mechanism.
Just did the old balloon ball mantra, and there you go.
Cameron Koppel out of the Indiana University of Pennsylvania on the mound from Tampa, Florida. He's 2-0 this year, 4.09 ERA, 11 innings pitched, 12 Ks. Starting for Batavia here. What'd you think of the first game?
You know what? Other than that one little inning,
Yeah.
I thought the Ironbacks were terrific. It's this is a good level of baseball, and I really, I wish more people knew about it and were out here, and I'm sure that this team and the recognition of it is just going to grow as the seasons continue.
Yeah, you're right. Totally agree. It is fabulous baseball to watch. And you watch teams like Batavia and Auburn, and I mean, these are real lineups. And these guys with kind of established pipelines for talent and everything like that. That's the aspirational goal, I would imagine, for the Ironbacks.
Yeah, and if the Ironbacks can manage to do it with a bunch of Canadian kids, that would make it even better.
Yes.
Which I know they're trying.
Ooh, just in on the hands. Left fielder charges, but he'll fall in front of him. Take him how you can get him. Single for Carter Shin, who does that an awful lot. Carter Kip.
But absolutely, these are the kids who are in the pipeline, right? These are, it's not senior ball and it's not youth ball. These are kids in college who are on their way to being drafted by big league organizations, and they're gonna be players.
Fouled right back. Yeah, it's a pretty extensive list of players who've made the major leagues, and some really nice players. Westberg. I was
Jordan
being a
Westberg,
replacements fan. It's very hard for me not to say Westerberg.
Fair enough.
Jordan Westberg. The great Luke Maley
Yeah.
played. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul
Nick
Westerberg
Pavetta.
played here.
Right.
Yeah. But Ernie Clement's hitting 300 in the big leagues right now, right?
Perfect example.
And he played here too. So there's a real group.
Ooh, little. Speaking of the 12-6 curveball, there it was. Just missed.
And look, if you can't go out to Cape Cod, then come here.
Right. Throw over to first. Koppel continues to be infatuated with Shin on first. There's that curveball again. Steadied eye to that. Hear from our compatriot there from the Muckdogs broadcast. The curveball is a staple. And there it is again. There goes the runner. Delayed steal. Stolen base, Shin. That's some heads-up baseball right there.
That's a terrific read there. He just saw that ball hit the dirt. He took off, and those are instincts that are very difficult to teach. So he was watching that thing all the way.
There's the appeal on the pitch there. That's a strikeout of Carter Kip. Ironbacks putting their two Carters together after watching the success of the two Bradys. It's Newark.
That's an impossible position to put a base umpire in. He's got to cover a safe out call on a steal, and he's got to remember whether he thought he maybe saw a batter go around on a swing.
That's right.
That is wild.
Yeah, they're earning their money here.
They really do.
Alex Keane at the plate. He rips that one up the middle. That's going to get through. Runner turns third. Hammond is going to pull up. That's an RBI from Alex Keane, who's been nothing but terrific lately. Keane has 1 for 1 last game with a single, 2 walks, and he has an RBI single to that today. 1-1.
I don't want to say anything because I have a full-time gig, but it's 3-1 Ironbacks when I'm here on the mic with you.
It's true, man. It's true. Obviously, there's a core.
Yeah.
It's got to be more than just a correlation.
We got to make sure Mal knows.
Strike one. Koppel. Yeah, it's probably good if you reiterate that to Mal too, because current day Mal is a distracted man. Ball is hit on the ground, handled by second baseman, tossed to second. That's a double play, well executed by Batavia. But it's 1-1 through 1 here at George Taylor Field. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's 1-1 Ironbacks versus the Muckdogs. Top of the second. We're here amidst the Wilner bump, as Mal just referred to it. What was the breakdown of runs when you're here as a good luck charm?
I'm happy to contribute here.
Yeah. 3-1 Ironbacks,
I believe it's 3-1. Might be 4-1, but I think it's 3-1. Okay. I don't want to go too far with the bump. But I'm happy to help in whatever way I can.
Reynolds resuming the glove over the face intimidation. A little bunt there. Nice one. But nice throw by our Curie.
That was a really nice play by the catcher, jumping out there in front of the plate. It was, if the bunt had gone another 2 feet up the line, I think he would have beaten it out. He deadened it, but just a little too much. But great job by the catcher and a terrific throw.
Curie struggled a little bit at the plate in his time here with Niagara, but been fantastic in the field, and his arm has been kind of the feature. Reynolds missing a little bit high.
I kind of thought he got that runner trying to steal as well.
Right. Just a little high again. Reynolds just a little bit outside the strike zone. Tyler Castrataro at the plate. Fouls that one off. Castrataro. It's getting out of Hofstra University. Got real success in high school. .479 as a junior. right back again. 2-2. Reynolds fighting back. Castrataro just missing those last two pitches. Best player you ever saw when you were doing like the Welland games?
Oh wow! I mean, as it turns out, it has to be Tim Wakefield, I think.
Really?
Though I didn't know it at the time.
Just misses on that. Was he a straight up knuckleballer at that time, or was that
He was a third baseman at the time.
Are you kidding me?
Tim Wakefield was playing for the Welland Pirates, and it was his second year in short season A ball, which very rarely do you see.
Ball's hit high to right field. Medor, naturally an infielder, and he makes the catch. A little bit entertaining there at the end. How was he as a third baseman?
He was a fine third baseman. He couldn't hit. He was hitting like 155, 180, something like that in his second year of short season, and he was on the verge of being released. And then one day in a game in the middle of August, he just walked out to the mound in the middle of a blowout and started flipping up knuckleballs. 2 years later, he was pitching in the NLCS. It was unbelievable.
Wow. Blake Ewing at the plate. Didn't play in game one.
So at the time, I would never have said Tim Wakefield was the guy, but ultimately, it was him.
It just takes so much humility to throw a knuckleball.
Yeah, and nerve.
Yeah.
Those Pirates in '89 had a center fielder named William Pennyfeather, who was a high draft pick. He wound up getting to the big leagues for a little bit.
Ooh, that is ripped into deep right field. Medor is twisting around. What an adventure. What a catch. Nice job by Medor. It is 1-1 going to the bottom of the second. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's 1-1 going the bottom of the second. It's the last half inning. We'll be able to experience some Mike Wilner bump. It's a lot of expectations for the Ironbacks here.
Well, this is their chance here. They got to score 5 or 6 runs and got to get the guy who put all the Diamondback swag off the field so he doesn't get drilled by a foul ball.
That was some kind of battle, that was.
That's a wonderful thing about minor league baseball, too, is the fun promotions and the stuff that fans do on the field between innings. Really gets the community involved.
Absolutely. Ooh, it's a little hot. Yeah, it works on so many levels, minor league baseball, and particularly just like affordability.
Yeah.
To come to this game, have some fun. Easy grounder to second. Wow, that got entertaining at the end, but that's an out.
He didn't get the bump. Unfortunately, he caught that first pitch out there. I was hoping it might get him a couple of hits today.
Yeah.
Still could.
Still got time here. Still got a couple outs in your tenure left.
This has just been such a wonderful afternoon, and I'm going to go back and go to the ballpark tomorrow for the Jays and the Yankees and absolutely spread the word of what's happening here.
Nice pitch. Nice. Well, it was nice having you here on Mike Wilner Day. It was Mike Wilner Day, right, Mel? Yeah.
That's true.
Ooh. Sped up the delivery on that one, but missed low. It's 1-1.
I mean, it really has brought back. So, I cut my teeth on minor league baseball with an A ball and double A ball in the 80s and 90s. And this is what this is like, and it's very high level for the area. It's great to have a team back here after a quarter century of nothing approaching this level of baseball in St. Catharines.
For sure. Rip foul.
And yeah, I'm thrilled to be here, and really thanks for having me. And
thank you.
I'll do anything for Mal, so I'm happy
go.
to come help out as much as I can whenever I can.
Nice. Well, thanks for spending some time here.
I was trying to get you another run or two.
It's a full count. Granger's battling. He knows what's at stake. Granger always with tough at bats. He's always fighting. Struck out there, though.
Got a piece of it, but that catcher was able to hold on to it, which is one of the hardest things to do. And I will continue to believe, after 40 years of covering this game almost at the major league level, that there is zero skill involved in a catcher holding on to a foul tip. 100% luck 100% of the time.
Well, good for you for going against the grain, because that's usually the ones where they're like, he's a warrior back there.
Yeah.
Holding on to that.
Sure he is.
Grayson breaks up at the plate. Doubled twice last night in the 10-5 win for the Ironbacks. And he's been kind of trying to find it at the plate, so perhaps that was a sign of things to come. Just missed on that pitch, and Koppel wanted that.
Not saying it's easy to hold on to it once it's rattling around in your glove like that, but you can't make the move to catch a foul tip. It's impossible to react that quickly to a baseball.
Right. Human beings being human beings. 2-1 is the count. 2-2, excuse me. Low in the dirt.
Well, they would say that it's physically impossible to be able to hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, too. The human brain is not supposed to be able to work that fast, but somehow a lot of these guys do it.
Oh, it's fouled off. It's fascinating to watch Major League Baseball and how many guys are going up there. Forget about 95. You're looking at, like Jake Mizorowski coming up there throwing 102.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It is incredible that
And
they
it
can
does
even
seem to me,
square one up.
without knowing the data, that Major League hitters are adapting. Got under that one. Conversation for another day. That'll end the inning. 1-1 Ironbacks versus the Muckdogs. Thanks again, Mike.
Thank you so much for having me. This was a blast.
Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's 1-1 Ironbacks versus the Muckdogs, the tough Muckdogs. And you know, the Ironbacks have held their own against one of the elite teams here in the West Division. Leading off is Travis Hammond, who's not had as many opportunities in the field to show off his chops like he did last time Batavia was in town, but as nice a center fielder as you're going to see. Starts down 0-1. J.J. Reynolds, out of Burlington, Ontario, attended Corpus Christi Catholic High School, played for the Ontario Royals traveling team. Missing outside there. Played basketball in high school. My bet is on point guard or shooting guard. One and one. That ball. Hammond reaching for that one. 1-2. Hammond plays for Southern Wesleyan University. He's out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. His second year in Batavia. Ooh, just a wee bit outside. Umpire's been pretty good today. Give him credit. 2-2. Fights that one off. Just a little on the inside part of the plate. My friend from Batavia is wondering about the hoodie on this warm day, and that is to his credit. I would be melting down with that hoodie on. Ooh, ouch. That is a tough turn of events for everybody involved, but particularly Travis Hammond, who had to take the ball in the back. That's a tough one. Tough one. That sounded no fun. If there was a sound for no fun, that would be it right there. You know? So Hammond perhaps saved by his hoodie, though. You know, maybe that's why he's wearing that extra hoodie. He's on first base. Not the way J.J. Reynolds would have liked to start this inning. Kanta Ueno up at the plate. He's out of Houghton University from Nagasaki, Japan. Hammond's got a lot of speed, so you can expect him to take off fairly quickly. And that's what Reynolds was thinking. He throws over, and it's a little bit tight. Hammond leaning towards second base. I think everybody in the whole ballpark is expecting him to take off on his first pitch. We'll see. J.J. Reynolds included. Let's see how much that weighs on his mind. Oh, it's a little high. Throw down to first. Arcuri trying to keep him honest down at first. That's ball one. And there's the thing with base runners like Hammond is they kind of alter the pitcher's approach, and you can see pitches suddenly start going way outside the strike zone. That's ball one. Okay. There goes the runner. Throw from Arcuri. One bounce. Hammond's in there safe. Easily stolen base. Tough pitch to throw on for Arcuri. Not much to work with there. So runner on second base. Nobody out. It's 1-1 on Ueno. Had a really good game last time here. Can't remember the precise details. Look good in the fields. Makes contact. Hammond distracting the infield. He squares around, just fouls that off. Speaking of no fun, being a catcher is not a lot of fun. Arcuri took that little foul ball. It's down by the flesh of his forearm. Again, catcher, not really a skinny guy's position, so I don't have a ton of experience with it. It just always seemed like a bad idea. 1-2 is the count on Ueno. Hammond with a modest lead. Wow. And he takes off as the ball just gets a little bit away from Arcuri, and there you go. Just like that, Hammond gets from first to third. 2-2 is the count. Infield comes in shallow all the way around. Everybody but the first baseman on the infield grass. That ball inside, fouled down the third baseline. Again, the old Andrew Bishop once again at second base today. He's done a really good job playing the position. Yeah, I'll tell you. Carter Shin way in. Ah, that looked like strike 3. He fouled it off. That was a wild, because that was fouled off by Ueno into the catcher's glove. And yet, that's not strike 3. He fouled it off into the glove. Oh, here comes Richard Griffin using that exact argument. The umpires are going to confer on this. This is a pretty big opportunity for the Ironbacks. This is a big missed call if they don't get this right after a little bit of a chat. But you know, as we mentioned earlier, 2 umpires, 2. There it is. It's strike 3. There you go. Good job by the umpires getting together and getting it right, as they say. So Hammond's still on third, 1 out now. Braden Horton comes to the plate. Braden Horton plays for the Liberty Flames. He's actually out of University of Oklahoma. He's also played for the Liberty Flames. Excuse me, he's out of Sayre, Pennsylvania. Got a chance to cash in a runner here. Arcuri looking Hammond back. 1-0. Horton batting .350 coming into today. 6 doubles and triple. Could put a charge into the ball. Let's see what he does here. Head in the count. There's a strike. Nice pitch. That's a really nice little curveball from J.J. Reynolds. Count goes to 1-1. Horton letting the wrinkle go by. Not going to take much to get Hammond home. That ball's hit in the air to left field. Briggs is charging. Briggs can... Wow, that ball... That's a single. I really thought that ball would be caught by Briggs, but it just didn't have enough, and looks like Briggs is playing fairly deep there, so RBI. Hammond scores easily, of course. Muckdogs back into the lead, 2-1. We got Braden Horton on first now, 1 out. That ball's hit into center. That's caught by Alex Keane in center field today. First time we've seen Alex Keane in center field. Looked good there. I used to saying Chase Hubble. I thought, why does Chase Hubble have the glove on the other hand? But we got 2 out. Here comes Sean Mindas, who has been almost an automatic single every time he comes to the plate. He's 4 for 5. Still looking for his first extra base hit, but you know, you just... That ball's ripped into left field, and that's going to be his... No, it's not. Sean Mindas was thinking about his first extra base hit of the season, but he lost it by a foot. And he'll slowly walk back to home plate, thinking about what could have been. He can reconcile it, though, and move on to the present. That would have been a lot of trouble had it landed fair. He really jumped on that first pitch from Reynolds. 0-1's the count. There goes the runner, low and in the dirt. Oh, the ball goes into center field, but the runner was landed on by Bishop, it looked like. And if you're going to have somebody fall on you, you don't want it to be Andrew Bishop. Kakeru Tsukamoto, yes. Andrew Bishop, no. So that was all of Andrew Bishop falling on top of the runner Horton there. So he's walking that one off. That was tough because Bishop came over to second base. The ball ended up, because it was a tough ball for Arcuri to deal with, ended up going first base side of second base, and then reaching back, Bishop came down on top of Horton, who again had no fun in that scenario. If there's been a theme to the start of the game, it's been some no fun things happening for people getting hit by pitches, being landed on by Andrew Bishop. Zach's looking at me like maybe we should go to commercial, or do you want me to keep wandering around talking about, yeah, we're going to go to a quick commercial, Zach, I think. Nice. Okay, we're back. Everything's better. Braden Horton's back up. That uniform has fully been dirtied by that circumstance. But you know, that's a noble thing in baseball. It's 1-1. Mindas has made some solid contact on the first pitch. It's 1-1. That last pitch was in the dirt for Arcuri, who's had nothing to work with in terms of trying to throw guys out on the bases. That pitch is well outside. That's a strikeout. So 1 run scores. It's 2-1. Muckdogs going to the bottom of the third. George Taylor Field, you just missed a scintillating edition of Musical Bases, won by somebody in a purple shirt. Good day to be a person in a purple shirt here at George Taylor Field. Gorgeous day for baseball. And it's been competitive games here between one of the cream of the crop of the West Division here in the Perfect Game League, Batavia, versus the Niagara Ironbacks. Boy, taking a sweep here today would be big for Batavia, or contending for first place. There's that curveball again. Ball one from Cameron Koppel. Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Such a mouthful. There he is, ball two. Just nibbling below the strike zone. I think one of the things we didn't talk about from the first game, most disappointing aspect, was watching John Raddick, our PA guy, eat cold lasagna, grounder to third base, toss to first. Nice play. 1 out. But back to more important matters. Is cold, unheated lasagna followed by pulling out a wallet with an Ottawa Senators logo on it. As we tried to explain to John, there's no possible good reason to have an Ottawa Senators wallet. Doesn't really matter what the price is. There's no price low enough to excuse an Ottawa Senators wallet. So that's ball one from Koppel. Caden Wilson. I haven't seen a lot of Caden Wilson here. He's a St. Catharines boy playing out of Jamestown. Takes that curveball, I guess, on the corner. I get why he took it. Little surprise at strike call, but it wasn't far off. It's 1-1. Ooh. He fooled him, sped up the windup, sped up the pitch. And Wilson kind of panicked a little bit at that. Koppel seems to bust out that little quick pitch fastball and throw off the timing of the hitters, and it's been effective. It's 1-2 on Caden Wilson. Outside with a fastball. Batavia announcer is predicting a curveball. Let's see if he's right. No, he was not right. I've almost felt like he said 100% certainty on that. He did. We were lied to. So it's 2-2. Caden Wilson staying alive. Now maybe the curveball's coming here. There it is. A little ground ball to first. Takes a rough hop, but easily corralled by Ewing. Takes it himself to the bag. 2 out. Koppel is looking good. He had the double play to end the first, 3 up, 3 down last inning, and then 2 quick outs here as we go to the bottom of the order. Jax R. Curie coming up. Out of good old Welland, Ontario. Ball's fouled off by our Curie. Product of Bulletproof Baseball in Welland. Plays for Jamestown Community College. Sophomore. He's actually bilingual. His mom is from France. Ball 1 to our Curie. His dad's from Welland. Welland has a rich history of Francais. Parler Francais happens a lot in Welland. Generally not when I'm there because it's just not something, despite years of education, that I've been able to master. It's a beautiful language, though. I'm a fan. As we get close to Canada Day, why is French beautiful, Mel? Why? Great question. Why is Welland so French is the question. There's that curveball, a little low. I don't know. We do not know the answer. We are approaching Canada Day, as I mentioned, and the two solitudes, English Canada and French Canada, always been an interesting theme of the country. There's a fastball up high, full count. Great book by Ian McClellan, actually. McLennan. Two Solitudes is the name of the book. There's a little curveball inside. That's going to be a walk for our Curie. There you go. Carter Shin comes up to place. He singled in his last bat. Bit of a blooper. Stole a base.
Number 5, Carter Shin.
Carter Shin makes a little initial there in the sand. Not sure what it is. I should really try to find that out sometime. Our Curie, usually a pretty conservative base runner. We'll see what he does here. Koppel looking back to first. Koppel hasn't heard the news. Our Curie, not much of a base stealer. Following in the rich tradition of catchers who do not steal bases. That ball's ripped into right field. Finds a little green. Our Curie pulls up at second. Single Carter Shin. Put another nickel in the Nickelodeon. All he does is play singles from Carter Shin. Runners on first and second. Taking the ball where it served. The Carter to Carter back-to-back Carters at the top of the lineup. Here comes Carter Kipp. Still trying to find his way here with the Ironbacks. Takes a curveball for strike one. That's a pretty nifty curveball when he snaps it off. There's another curveball. It's hit high in the inner center. That'll be a piece of cake for Travis Hammond at center. Strands 2. That makes it 2-1 through 3 for the Muckdogs. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. We're going into the top of the fourth. Ironbacks down 1, 2-1. We do have an answer to the question, why is there such a big French influence in Welland, Ontario? Unfortunately, that answer was supplied by AI, and ethically, I feel like I cannot convey that answer. So it's going to continue to be a mystery. I mean, I didn't use AI because I never would, but Mal did. You know, end of mankind is going to happen. Why? Because Mel needed to know why there's such a big French influence in Welland. We had to invent AI just for stuff like that. Oh, nice little wrinkle there to start the inning from J.J. Reynolds. Strike one on Espinal, who flew out to right field last time. That Batavia offense still feels like a sleeping giant to a degree. They had that one big inning last game. And you really want to avoid that because it's a relentless series of excellent hitters in this lineup. Espinal doubled, singled last game. Ooh, another little wrinkle that Espinal was a little bit ahead of. It's 2 strikes, 1 ball. See what Reynolds has to offer here. Got the glove in front of the face. That ball's hit high in the air to left field. Briggs started back, comes in, calls off the shortstop shin, and makes the catch. That's 1 out. I think Espinal is going to kick himself a little bit for chasing that pitch out of the zone, but I can understand why it was appealing. James Bolton up now. He grounded out in his last at bat. That's ripped into right field. Medor is going to get in front of that. Wasting little time, James Bolton rips that into right field. He's done a lot of that this season. And that brings up Brian Fry, the extra hitter. Brian Fry played a nice shortstop in game 1. Played 3 years for University of Toledo, batting .237, .346 slugging. Pitch right on the outside corner. And hear that pop here. Reynolds has to be slightly content with what he's done so far in limiting Batavia. Be nice to have a clean inning here and keep that runner from scoring. Whoa. Yeah, he pulled the string on that one, and Fry was way ahead of that. Oh, ball in the dirt, really. 2 strikes, 0-2. See what Reynolds does with the advantage here. Fry right on top of the plate. Ball's outside, just 1-2. I find it fascinating a lot of times that you have guys who are like right on top of the plate, and it's almost like the pitchers subconsciously move the strike zone away from them as opposed to really attacking that inside portion of the plate. It's a lot of backseat driving there, I know, but little wrinkle fouled off. Foul ball, horn springs to life. It's had a quiet, lazy day here. You know, dog days of summer. It is 1-2. See if Reynolds can put him away. Modest lead on first base. Just outside. Sped that up again, but outside. Let's see. Really working that outside portion of the plate. Fry. There it is again. Gets the called strike. That was a generous portion of outside black served up to J.J. Reynolds there. And Brian Fry kind of slumped after that call. Disenchanted with that call, and I get it. I get it. That's 2 out. Runner on first. Ooh, just inside. Tyler Catrataro at the plate. Catrataro. Mahopik, New York. There's a strike. Nice pitch. Third-ranked shortstop in New York State in the 2024 Perfect Game Rankings. Played travel ball with the Taconic Rangers. Trey Turner, Gleyber Torres, his favorite players. That ball is fisted out to left. Nice catch by Briggs. They're saying no catch. The throw to second, they get the force. 7-6-2. My goodness gracious. Okay, so the score is 2-1 going into the bottom of the 4th for the Muckdogs. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's a tight one here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Remember, this is a 7-inning game. It's the bottom of the fourth. J.J. Reynolds done a nice job of keeping his team in the game against one of the league's best offenses. They're down by 1. It's the very heart of the Ironbacks order with Alex Keene leading off. He's been really dialed in today. He's 2 for 2, 2 walks. Cameron Koppel showing us a nifty curveball, and you can see him amp up sometimes for the fastball. There, he started off keen there, but missed 1-0. There's a nice pitch. Koppel seems to have a couple different delivery speeds to try to mess with the hitter's timing. They were pretty effective today. There's a curveball missing outside. 2-1 on Keene. Keene, Bishop, Butts. That is the meat of the Niagara lineup. Oh, a curveball coming in high. 2-2. Keene wipes his brow. Takes a second to reset. 2-2. Nice. Oh, goodness gracious. That is strike 3. That's another generous serving of outside corner black from the umpire. Tough for Keene. Andrew Bishop steps up. Grounded into a double play last time. Playing second base today. That pitch is inside. If you're looking for the inside, the corner of the plate, it's the outside corner that's being served up today, not the inside. It's a little outside that time. 2-0. There it is. That's that outside corner serving. 2-1. Bishop looking for something a little more tantalizing than that. Just a little low from Koppel. It's a real competitive pitch, though. Just missed. 3-1. Now we'll see what Bishop does with this pitch. There you go. Good pitch. 3-2. Full count. Koppel really battling with the heart of the order here. There you go. A little grounder to second base. Ueno to first. Easy. Out. 2 out. Nice job by Koppel fighting through it. Marcus Butts coming up. Koppel's really done a number. Since the first 3 hitters where he gave up 2 hits, he's really kind of just chopped down the lineup. There you go. He reminds me a little bit of Eli Thompson, actually. It's a really function over form delivery. Everything is real tight and looks to attack the zone. It's 1-1. Butts grounded out second in his last at bat. A lot of umbrellas here today as the sun beating down on good old George Taylor Field. Ball off the end of the bat. Ueno's going to gobble that up and throw out Butts. 3 up, 3 down for Batavia. After 4, the score is 2-1 Muckdogs. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. The score is 2-1 for the Batavia Muckdogs. Those darn Muckdogs. They took game one, leading here. And J.J. Reynolds done a nice job on the Batavia lineup that's infamous for its ability at the plate. Blake Ewing, the first baseman, leading things off. It's the bottom of the Batavia order, but there is no easy part of the Batavia order. Blake Ewing slowly walks out. That fly ball to right field was a serious fly ball to right field. I'm remembering now, it's all coming back to me. Took Devin Medor to the fence, in which was quite the circus catch. 1-0. Reynolds covering his face with the glove like an outlaw. It's 2-0. Ewing is a big man. Ahead in the game. 3-0 is the count. I think Reynolds remembers that last at bat. 3-0. Ball's fouled off. And when Blake Ewing swings the bat, he means it. He means it. Reynolds now behind 3-1. Ewing looking for something else to feast upon. Just missed that one. Full count. Reynolds battling back. It's been quite a battle. Cameron Copples had an outstanding 4 innings for Batavia. J.J. Reynolds trying to keep it within reach. Ripped right up the middle. That's a single for Ewing, who wins that battle. That one sounded a little bit like it was in on his hands, but he still put some sting into that. So we got a runner on first to start the inning. Travis Hammond, who sacrifice bunted in the first game. We'll see in a one-run game if they think about it here again. Caden Wilson takes a couple steps into the infield grasp. They're going to hold Ewing on. Arcuria has had not much to work with in terms of trying to throw out runners. We'll see if that ball just misses ball one. Hammond made no indication that he was going to lay one down there. That ball's fouled back. Hammond took a ball back of the shoulder blades. I caught a whole lot of flesh on that. Big lead for Ewing. There he goes. Ball once again is tough. Arcuria has had absolutely nothing to work with in terms of trying to throw runners. Huge lead by Ewing, and then the ball was in the dirt, so it's tough. So you got a runner on second. See what Hammond does. There he tries the bunt, but fouls it off. It's 2-2. That may end the bunting endeavor. Some shaking of the head by Hammond, who feels a little bit disappointed in himself after that bunt attempt. 2-2. Ewing with a modest lead. That ball is hit high in the air. That should be a piece of cake at first base there. Nice, easy catch there at first base for Brock Granger. J.J. Reynolds needed that. Ewing sitting on second base. Kata Ueno coming up to the plate for Batavia.
Struck out on a bad beat for him in the third inning. A pitch up and inside. He tried to get out of the way. Checked his swing a little bit. Hit off of the bat.
See how Ueno does here.
Glove of Mark Corey, and he was set down.
Yeah, Granger. The infield grass there. Interesting. Strike just at the top of the strike zone. Ueno flips the bat, tilts his head, says okay, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. 0-1 count.
Got 7 ribbies on the
Ueno's a tough hitter. Fouls that one off just off the outside of the plate.
balls, 2 strikes.
Quickly behind in the count. Ueno batting .258 coming into today with a couple doubles.
West Division, but
That was Ewing's first stolen base of the year, which I guess is not a huge surprise.
Reynolds have put up more than respectable performances. This Muckdog lineup, for the most part, has been quiet.
That ball's grounded short, handled by Shin. Easy throw to first base. That's a second out. That also moves up Blake Ewing to third base. So Braden Horton, who's reached base on an error by third base, scoring the first run of the game. And singled, driving in a run. So he's been a big part of the action today, scoring one and knocking in one. And they've only scored 2 runs. So Braden Horton has been the lightning rod for everything Batavia today.
Since then, just 1 run from either side. It's been a duel between Cameron Thomas and
Reynolds trying to keep this game to a 1-run ball game.
first pitch to Horton.
Just misses off the outside corner. Hortons look good today.
If you remember, Horton got landed on. Andrew Bishop fell on him after that single. Still up the plate, seems like he's all good.
Oh, that pitch was behind Horton. Always a tough one for a hitter as you're so geared up to get out of the way of the ball by moving backwards. And when it comes behind you, it's tough. Tough to get your brain to wrap around that in the instant that you have to really react.
2 balls, no strikes on the right fielder Horton.
That ball's hit high in the air. Carter Shin's calling it. There you go, J.J. Reynolds gets out of that one as well. The pop up to short. It remains 2-1. Muckdogs going to the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back to the place where dreams come true. Merritton, Ontario, here at George Taylor Field. Scores 2-1. Batavia over Niagara.
Just about ready to get on.
Bottom of the 5th. Brock Granger will lead things off, followed by Grayson Briggs and Devon Medor. I'm going to one day figure out whether it's Devon or Devon. My apologies. Entered like kind of place of massive self-doubt on that one. Cameron Koppel's been excellent so far. Starts things off with a nice crisp strike. 0-1. Granger struck out his last at bat versus Koppel. Whoo! Man, everyone. That outside corner, that generous serving of outside corner, it's been pretty consistent, so you can't complain about it. So 0-2.
Delivery, but it's aggressive. I'm trying to think of a good example.
Tried to stretch that outside corner a little bit and was just missed a little bit too wide there. It's 1-2.
Well, the motion not exactly the same. A guy like Tim Lindsay jumped at the hitter. That's one of the main things that allowed him to be so successful.
Look for that.
He was.
There's that curveball. Granger grounder to Ewing at first, who easily gobbles that up for the first out. Koppel only given up 3 hits thus far, 1 run. Grayson Briggs comes up, the left fielder.
Is something that's very valuable for
Briggs, tough first at bat versus Koppel. Popped it up to second base. Takes that one in the dirt. Really seemed to be pulling off the ball down the first base side, so anything on the outside part of the plate didn't really have much of a chance on. See if he makes any adjustments here to Koppel. There's a hard ground ball to second base, easily taken by the second baseman. That's Ueno throws to Ewing. That's the second out. It's a pitcher's duel. Devin Medor steps up, 2 out. Trying to get a little something started here against Koppel, who's just cruising. Just carving up this Ironbacks lineup.
Cameron Koppel has induced 8
There you go. That's that kind of quick pitch action from Koppel that
ahead of the count 0-1.
tends to freeze hitters or get them to panic.
When you can keep him on the ground,
0-1.
hit the ball
Yeah.
too hard.
That's a rare non-competitive pitch from Koppel, 1-1.
Key for success. Guys on the ground, the numbers are clear as day.
Medora made a fine catch in right field earlier today on a long fly ball from first baseman Ewing. From the south side, 2-1. They'll take a base runner any way they can get it, and then we'll see who's coming to the plate. It's Caden Wilson scheduled. That ball is fouled back. Not sure.
Gonna get outs. You're not
Looks like I'm seeing somebody else on deck circle there though.
base hits the home runs. Hardly hit the ball
Looks like I'm seeing Connor Gatens. So
real hard. String together one of those 4, 5, 6 run
that's strike 3.
into the glove for strike 3.
3 up, 3 down again from Cameron Koppel, who's been outstanding. It's 2-1. Muckdogs going to the top of the 6th. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It is the top of the sixth. The Muckdogs 2, the Ironbacks 1. You know, it wouldn't have seemed the perfect setup for J.J. Reynolds, who came into today with a 10.80 ERA, giving up 17 hits in 8 1/3 innings. Facing one of the league's, perhaps the best the best lineup in the league, but here he is into the sixth, only having given up 2 runs. That's another pop-up that looks like will be Alex Keene. No problem on that. Quick work of Carreras. Bringing up Sean Mindas. Mindas 1 for 2 today. He has been a tough out. A lot of loud hits coming off of that bat today. It's been a theme. Let's see how Reynolds does with Mindas this time. He just missed his first extra base hit of the season down the left field line there to start off last time. Tries jumping on that first pitch and goes into the dugout there of Batavia. 0-1. Quick start here for Reynolds. Reynolds trying to keep it close and hope that his offense can get on the good foot. That ball's ripped in between third and short. That's kind of what Sean Mindas does. Just gets on base and hits the ball hard. Runner on first, 1 out. Here comes Justin Espinal, 0 for 2 today. Fly ball to right, fly ball to left. Trying to avoid the big inning with Batavia for the first game ever against them, as Batavia's really shown themselves to be a monster when they get into it. Reynolds holding on Mindas. It doesn't seem like much of a base stealing threat, but you never know. That ball's hit high in the center. Alex Keene doesn't have to move too much. That's right to him. That's 2 out. Both outs, Curtis. Our new center fielder, Alex Keene. That's the first time I think we've seen him in center. Looks pretty sharp out there. Okay, Mel's conveying to me, since I don't go to road games, that this is not the first time. And here comes James Bolton, not Michael Bolton. I froze when I was told to line up there first. I was like, is he saying Michael? Who is the singer with the last name Bolton? Turns out it's not James Bolton. It's Michael Bolton. See how James Bolton does here. Ooh. Started him off with some slow stuff that just missed the plate. I think it froze everybody, including the umpire. Had a little too much time to think about it. 1-0. Mindas on first. This would be big for Reynolds to get out of this inning with no runs. There goes the runner. Better pitch to throw. There you go. Nice job by our Curie. And again, unscathed. Reynolds comes out of the inning. It's 2-1 for the Muckdogs, going to the bottom of the sixth. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. It's the bottom of the sixth. We're getting down to the end of things here. It's a 7-inning game here as it's a doubleheader today, and we got a pinch hitter for Caden Wilson. We have Connor Gatens coming into the game. Gatens has been one of the best hitters the Ironbacks so far this season, batting .333, coming into today at 4 doubles, a home run, and 36 at bats. Koppel's been cruising though, so it's an interesting matchup here. Gatens versus Koppel. This is a little outside. Gatens really crowding the plate, which has led to some painful hit by pitches there. There's ripped into left field by Gatens. That's a significant poke, an aggressive turnaround first, but a hold up, and there you go. Tying run is on first base. 2 pitches in.
Aiden Bray pinch running. Pinch running 77 Aiden Bray.
Aiden Bray comes in to pinch run.
Number 77, Aiden.
And that'll lead to a meeting on the mound, and it looks like they're going to the pen. I think there's a signal to the bullpen there. So there's going to be a pitching change. We've got a really nice game for Cameron Koppel today. Luke Rising coming in for Batavia. Rising to face our Curie. It's Rising has been incredible so far this season. Pitched 19 innings, so only allowed 12 hits. He's struck out 17. So Rising is looks like the closer really. I'm hearing he actually pitched yesterday, so yeah. Yeah, with the tying run on first base, they've gone to the best pitcher. Am I on? Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're going to go to a quick commercial and come back with the game. Okay, we're back. It's Luke Rising on the mound for Batavia. Jax Arcuri coming to the plate. We got a pinch runner on first base. Aiden Bray, who I thought of as Pokeroo for a long time from, if you remember Polka Dot Door, the character that nobody ever saw. He pitched last night, was terrific, and here he is pinch running. Squares around, pushes a nice bunt down to first base. Ewing with a fairly aggressive tag there, I would say. That was P3. I think that was more awkwardness on behalf of Ewing than aggressiveness, but it was a fairly aggressive tag. So yeah. Rising actually pitches for the Rochester Institute of Technology Tigers. He's out of Exton, Pennsylvania. His major is chemical engineering, which sounds like fun, doesn't it? What's more fun than chemical engineering? We got a runner in scoring position, tying run. Carter Shin up to plate. He's 2 singles today. Oh, just fouls that one off. Appeared in 9 games for Rochester this season. 4-1 record, 3.28 ERA. Struck out 10 batters against St. John Fisher on March the 15th, 2025. Pretty aggressive lead there for Bray. Fouled straight back by Carter Shin. Again, he's a big opportunity here for Shin. Carter Kip on deck, 1 out. Tying run so close to home. He's in a big hole against a really good pitcher, so we'll see how Shin does here. Oh, staying alive, staying alive. Fouls that pitch off the catcher. James Bolton taking that one in the chest protector. That is strike 3. Nice pitch from Rising. Carter Shin's with a long look there, but I feel like that was strike 3. You can't complain about that call. Outside corner, no doubt. You can see why Rising's been successful this year. Carter Kip with a big opportunity to endear himself to his new teammates with a runner on leading off second. Oh, that's the first breaking ball we've seen from Rising. Pretty deliberate. Missed wide. I mean, for Kip, maybe that's an opportunity to sit back and look fastball here. Nope. The curveball, it's hit high in the air to left field. That's going to end the inning. It is 2-1 going into the top of the 7th. Muckdogs up. Welcome back to George Taylor Field. J.J. Reynolds out on the mound for his 7th inning of work. You know what? He's done a terrific job today. It'd be remarkable and quite an achievement to get through 7 against one of the finest lineups in the Perfect Game League. But he's got James Bolton, who was standing at home plate when Mindas was thrown out trying to steal second. He's got Bolton, Fry, Castrataro. First pitch fouled off by Bolton.
And Brock Granger is now at third base.
Thank you. Some defensive lineman changes for the Ironbacks. Bryce Petrosian Brock Grazer has to third.
Oh, froze him on that pitch. It's quickly ahead 0-2 on Bolton.
JJ Reynolds
Bolton taking a second to regroup after that.
has looked like a completely different pitcher out on the mound. He's been in full control, getting ahead of the count.
Reynolds with a glove over the face again. Like an outlaw. Staring in. All you could see is slits of his eyes. That ball's fouled off. This is a pretty good. If you're a hitter, you can't complain about what you got there on 0-2.
Do it again on no balls and 2 strikes. It'll be Romick, Fry, and Castrataro in the top of the 7th.
0-2. See what Reynolds does this time with the advantage. Right on top of the plate. That ball's hit deep to left field. Briggs tracks it. There you go. That was a charge put into that ball by James Bolton. A little curveball that he was right on top of.
It's out number 1. No outs, no 1 out and nobody on. It'll be
Brian Fry, the extra hitter, comes up to the plate.
Brian Fry.
Brian Fry's had a whole lot happening today. 0 for 3 in the first game with a walk, 0 for 2 here. Believed to be the winningest athlete in Medina High School athletics history, quote unquote. There you go. That's what we're witnessing right now.
It's a ball and no strikes on Fry.
Ball's just a little low. Throughout his high school career, 6 league championships, 5 sectional championships, and 1 regional championship. It's a lot of championships. There you go. It caught the outside corner on that pitch. We'll be back here on Canada today. The 1:05 start, so come on down here to George Taylor Field. There you go. That's a nice little curveball. Treated perhaps a little unjustly by the home plate umpire, but
Fry looking for his 2nd walk of the afternoon. Ahead in the count 3-1.
3-1 count here. Oh,
Swing. Fouls it away.
sped up his delivery on that. A little fastball on the inside part of the plate. Fouled off. It's full count. Brian Fry had to play. Yeah, so as I was saying, it's Canada Day. Come on down. Deep in the heart of Meriton, George Taylor Field. Check out a ball game. Grab yourself a hot dog. Some DQ Falls finest beverages. That's a ball for a walk.
Brian Fry with a 1-out walk.
So that could be trouble.
First walk JJ Reynolds has issued all day. There's 6 in the 3rd innings.
Now batting shortstop number 1, Tyler Castorero.
Fry is 6-0 stealing bases. You've got Tyler Castrataro at the plate. So look for a stolen base, maybe some hit and run action. We'll see. It's pretty bold lead right away.
Wilson had to pause between first and second.
That ball's fouled. Right field looking like it's headed towards the bullpen. And it is. 0-1. Castrataro. He's flied out to right. Singled. Yeah, that was a weird play to end the inning where he kind of singled because Briggs trapped the ball as opposed to catching it. And then they managed to get Bolton at second. All hit to third base, handled there to Bishop. Bishop to first. That is a 5-4. So a fielder's choice leaves Castrataro at first base. I think some people were chagrined by that call, but I thought he was safe by a whole bunch. 2 out. Runner on first. Blake Ewing, the ever dangerous Blake Ewing, slowly walks to first base. He's in no hurry, saving all his energy for long fly balls and such. Stole a base last time.
Now batting first baseman number 13, Blake Ewing.
I think as we saw, there's a lot of power possibilities with Blake Ewing. Sent Devon Mador to the fence in his first at bat.
Attention fans.
Ooh, just off the outside pitch.
Phone, go to retrieve your phone. Phone left concessions.
Phone, go to retrieve your phone is the message. It's confusing. Reynolds holding on Fry. Excuse me. Castrataro on first base. Castrataro seems to be thinking some thoughts about potentially some ambitious thoughts there at first base. Just misses again. So Ewing has got a county he's got to like. He's seen Reynolds 3 times today. 2 times, excuse me. So this is his 3rd look at Reynolds. I just missed that one. It's high. Arcuri turns around, catches it. There you go. Nice job by J.J. Reynolds, giving his team a chance. The Ironbacks are down by 1, going to the bottom of 7. Welcome back. It's the bottom of the 7th. Again, it's a 7-inning game here, being the second part of a doubleheader. The Niagara Ironbacks are sending up their best and brightest, the heart of the order, Keene, Bishop, Butts, to face a new pitcher, Reed Markham, who actually goes to Belmont Abbey College. So he's got a 4.5 ERA last year for Batavia. Whoa, that sounded faster than we've seen so far today. Misses ball 1 on Keene. This is great though. 1-run game. This is baseball, man. Ironbacks have a chance to steal a game here, thanks to J.J. Reynolds. That's ball 2. Ball 2 from Markham, trying to find the strike zone here against Alex Keene, who's played a fine and dandy center field today for the Ironbacks. He's been really locked in at the plate. Singled Cade last time on a controversial 3rd strike call. There's that pitch. Umpire's been giving that all day though, so it's 2-1. Whether it is altruistically a strike, I don't know. That's a different conversation, but it's been called a strike all day, so he can't complain. Keane should know because he struck out last time on that very same location. 3-1. You see some dust really popping out of the catcher's glove, indicating that Markham's bringing it. Let's see. I mean, if you're Keane, you're thinking it's pretty much a fastball coming at you. Oh, he just missed that, but that's got some chance. Nice catch by Mindas. That's a nice catch by Mindas, who definitely wasn't a graceful catch. I call his running style more of the chugger sort of nature of running, but he got it. So nice catch. That's tough for the Ironbacks. Now down to 2 out. Andrew Bishop coming up.
It's no surprise that a fly ball from a lefty's hat goes to left field because Reed Markham throws gas out on that mound.
Strike one from Markham, coming right at Bishop. Bishop sometimes going to get tied up inside, so we'll see how he does here with Markham throwing hot and heavy out here.
Because down the stretch, his arm out of the pen is going to be crucial for the Muckdogs. It was last summer.
Oh, and there you go. Tied him up inside on that. It's quickly ahead 0-2 on Bishop. Markham, a big dude out there on the mound. So you've got Reed Markham at Lindsey Wilson College. Forgive me. Baseball Reference giving me a bad heads up there. 0-2 on Bishop. Ooh, that was low. Amped up that one. Just missed. He's out there. He's 6'4". What's a high school in North Carolina? Belmont Abbey College. From Kentucky. That's a little low. Just about got that sweet spot on the outside of the plate. That's pretty consistently been a strike. It's 2-2. 1 out. Bishop staying alive here. Everybody's pretty much playing straight up. He tried a little curveball, but didn't quite get over top it enough. It's a full count to Bishop. Second baseman Andrew Bishop looking for a little of that second baseman mojo that he tapped into this week. That's ripped down to first base, handled by Ewing. That's 2 out. Good battle. Markham came right at him there. And Ewing's been solid down there at first base. Ironbacks down to their final out. Down a run. Marcus Butts up the plate. He's DH and he's grounded to second both times today. Ooh, start him off with a real nice breaking pitch there. 0-1. Butts hit 319 at University of Mary and 109 at Bees. He's been real good here so far for the Ironbacks. That's just that's a generous strike call. But generous strikes on the outside corner have been sort of a theme here. 0-2. Down to the last strike. Marcus Butts at the plate. There it is. Strike 3. That ends the game. Great ball game though. 2-1. Muckdogs hang on to win both halves of the doubleheader. Ironbacks had a decent day but couldn't come up with a win. We'll see you here Tuesday, 1:05 p.m. George Taylor Field.